The moment is upon us. Kairos has arrived. Hello and welcome everybody to Affirmative Horizons. Today we will be continuing on with our ventures through Nietzsche's The Birth of Tragedy, starting on the second chapter of the actual book itself, past its original prefaces, introductions, and an attempt at self-criticism, and carrying on with Yes, Your Grace. The significance of these lies in 1. The Birth of Tragedy's, perhaps one might say, original payload and ideations of Nietzsche from when he was in the war, serving as a member of his nation's military, and his reflections on the kind of essences of what it means to be perhaps a non-moral character, a non-moral agent, one who exists in the space between Apollo and the dreamer, the arch-dreamer, you might say. The one who sits and gleans and glimmers within the realm of logic and reason and thinking and theory, first and foremost, the plastic artist, if you will. And on the other hand, Dionysos, who is the moving, dithyrambic, flowing god, where Apollo is about the individual, the individuation, the individuationes, you might say, in his terms, Nietzsche's terms. Dionysos is over here with the unity, the primal unity of all existence in the arch-dancer himself. And between these kind of conceptions, the placement, the roles, the dispositions that us folks feel, live through our perspectives, experience in an embodied sense, and moreover, may, in their unity, their concessions, their capitulations unto one another, result in the truly tragic art, the truly tragic self. And on the side of Yes, Your Grace, not only is it a very interesting narrative game that is driven primarily by your decisions as the sovereign of Davern, but also, or Grevno, I should say, but also, it might have a little bit of crossover in that way, not only in displaying my dispositions as the thinker, the person within those perspectives, as might be described by Nietzsche, and otherwise what the consequences of unintentionality might be, the subconscious, if you wish to stray into that level of psychology, and perhaps even moreover, where we stand between the individual and the entirety of existence. And so, as per usual, we will be delving into the side of recording the audiobook live. You get to sit here and enjoy, whether it be background or foreground for you, the observations of me recording that and releasing an audiobook. And don't forget, we have part 1 and 2 that is respectively already out for The Birth of Tragedy, among my other additions to audiobooks, which you might enjoy at your own leisure, read in a very narrative-forward, very engaged kind of voice, a very active voice, as opposed to a passive reading, with all of its philosophic payload and its social commentary. And on the other side, we have goofs and gaffs and examinations of not only the structure of the game itself, in Yes, Your Grace, alongside others, but also a kind of perhaps philosophic take on these matters. This material, what the game says in a way that we can derive for our own creative, intellectual, even social pursuits, and all that comes alongside that. And on to housekeeping, which will be very brief and very short. Yes, as foresaid, we do have the audiobooks that are coming out alongside the shorts, highlights, reels that come directly from these streams to include any audience engagement. So please, if you are interested in any of the topics here, engage, chat, comment, get involved, because the more that you, as the viewer, get involved, the more that I get involved in expanding and expounding on these topics, and perhaps even a little bit of dialectic, if we are so bold and brave. But besides that, we do have an interesting thing that I have hinted at in the last few streams where we do have the opportunity of examining some of the things that I've been working on most decidedly for the threefold manifold tabletop role-playing game system built from the ground up on a philosophic basis, and moving into, of course, the narrative, the fictive, the things that players will engage with more directly, though not to the exclusion of such philosophy. And that, in place of jazz punk, since we have just finished that entire game recently, will be taking the place of gameplay for that segment. And I think that's very interesting indeed, since this has been a multi-year project and I have spent a great deal of time thinking about it. I look forward to your peer review as an audience for those of you who are interested in such topics, whether you are formally trained or informally trained, such as myself on the latter. And I think it will be something we all can enjoy, and you might even get a little sneak peek into how I plan on building not just the basis of understanding the system, but also the cosmology of the entire setting. So, with that all being said, hi there, Tuin. Good to see you, and I hope you enjoy the show as we roll directly into starting with the birth of tragedy. So, let us get ourselves lined up, since every book has its differences in their cropping and bordering. And then we will start. And is that well lined up? Yes, it is. Let us get our position in order, and then we can move directly on. So this should be part 3. The Birth of Tragedy. The Birth of Tragedy, read by Kairos, of the Threefold Manifold, July 23rd, 2025. Part 3. Chapter 2. And that is a consequence, we must say, of our, mouth noises and the like. We will have some brief pauses if you are unfamiliar. And between chapters, between the large segments, if they are so befittingly spliced and cut apart, we will be doing recaps, replies, and engaging with any comments that have happened during the course of recording the segment. So, let us take one brief pause aside. Since I am most accursed with the habits and misfortunes of a sinusoidal mouth noise, as you've almost certainly heard throughout. Chapter 2. Chapter 2. Right at the end there. And we are working on roses with some licorice root and cloves today. Iced, as we are in the midst of a miserable heat wave, I must add. Chapter 2. Thus far, we have considered the Apollonian and his antithesis, the Dionysian, as artistic powers which burst forth from nature herself, without the mediation of the human artist, and in which her art impulses are satisfied in the most immediate and direct way, first as the pictorial world of dreams, the perfection of which has no connection whatever with the intellectual height or artistic culture of the unit man. And again, as drunken reality, which likewise does not heed the unit man, but even seeks to destroy the individual and redeem him by a mystic feeling of oneness. Anent these immediate art states of nature, every artist is either an imitator, Let's try that again. Anent these immediate art states of nature, every artist is either an imitator. Anent these immediate art states of nature, every artist is either an imitator, to wit, either an Apollonian, an artist, either an Apollonian, an artist in dreams, or a Dionysian, an artist in ecstasies, or finally, as for instance in Greek tragedy, an artist in both dreams and ecstasies, so we may perhaps picture him, as in his Dionysian drunkenness and mystical self-abnegation, lonesome, and apart from the reveling choruses. Let's back the mic up just a touch here. That should help us get rid of a few of the mouth noises. An artist in both dreams and ecstasies, so we may perhaps picture him as in his Dionysian drunkenness and mystical self-abnegation, lonesome and apart from the reveling choruses. He sinks down, and how now, through Apollonian dream inspiration, his own state, i.e. Apollonian dream inspiration, his own state, i.e. Apollonian dream inspiration, his own state, i.e., his oneness with the primal source of the universe, reveals itself to him, a symbolical dream picture. The mouth noises are something fierce today. That's interesting. See if we can do something about that. An artist in both dreams and ecstasies, so we may perhaps picture him as in his Dionysian drunkenness and mystical self-abnegation, lonesome and apart from the reveling choruses. He sinks down, and how now, through Apollonian dream inspiration, his own state, i.e., his oneness with the primal source of the universe, reveals itself to him in a symbolical dream picture. After these general premisings and contrastings, let us now approach the Greeks in order to learn in what degree and to what height these art impulses of nature were developed in them. The Greeks, in order to learn in what degree and to what height these art impulses of nature were the Greeks, in order to learn in what degree and to what height these art impulses of nature were developed in them. The Greeks, in order to learn in what degree and to what height these art impulses of nature were developed in him. Nature is catching an odd one. I believe it's sinusoidal this time. But we shall see. The Greeks, in order to learn in what degree and to what height these art impulses of nature were developed in them, whereby we shall be enabled to understand and appreciate more deeply the relation of the Greek artist to his archetypes, or, according to the Aristotelian expression, the imitation of nature. In spite of all the dream literature and the numerous dream anecdotes of the Greeks, we can speak only conjecturally, though with a fair degree of certainty, of their dream. We can speak only conjecturally, though with a fair degree of certainty, of their dreams. We can speak only conjecturally, though with a fair degree of We can speak only conjecturally, though with a fair degree of certainty, of their dreams. Of their dreams. Of their dreams. Considering the incredibly precise and unerring plastic power of their eyes. Considering the incredibly precise and unerring plastic power of their eyes as Considering the incredibly precise and unerring plastic power of their eyes, as also their manifest and sincere delight in colors, we can hardly refrain to the shame. We can hardly refrain. We can hardly refrain to. We can hardly refrain to the shame of everyone born later. We can hardly refrain, to the shame of everyone born later, from assuming for. We can hardly refrain, to. We can hardly refrain, to the shame of everyone born later, from assuming for their very dreams a logical causality of lines and contours. A logical causality of lines and contours, colors and groups, a sequence of scenes resembling their best reliefs, the reflection of which would the perfection of which would certainly justify us, if a comparison were possible, in designating the dreaming Greeks as Homers and in designating the dreaming Greeks as Homers and Homer as a dreaming Greek in a deeper sense. The perfection of which would certainly justify us if a comparison were possible. The perfection of which would certainly justify us if a comparison were possible in designating the dreaming Greeks as Homers and Homer as a dreaming Greek in a deeper sense than when modern man, in respect to his dreams, ventures to compare himself with Shakespeare. On the other hand, we should not have to speak conjecturally if asked to disclose the immense gap which separated the Dionysian Greek from the Dionysian barbarian. From all quarters of the ancient world, to say nothing of the modern. From all quarters of the ancient world, to say nothing of the modern. From all quarters of the ancient world, to say nothing of the modern. It's that warm-up rumble. From all quarters of the ancient world, to say nothing of the modern. From Rome, to say nothing of the modern. From Rome as far as Babylon, we can prove the existence of Dionysian festivals, the type of which bears, at best, the same relation to the Greek festivals as the bearded satyr who borrowed his name and attributes from the goat does. From all quarters of the ancient world, to say nothing of the modern, from Rome as far as From all quarters of the ancient world, to say nothing of the modern, from Rome as far as Babylon, we can prove the existence of Dionysian festivals, the type of which bears, at best, the same relation to the Greek festivals as the bearded satyr who borrowed his name and attributes from the goat does to Dionysus himself. In nearly every instance, the center of these festivals lay in extravagant sexual licentiousness. In nearly every instance, the center of these festivals lay in extravagant sexual licentiousness, the waves of which overwhelmed all family life and its venerable traditions. The very wildest beasts of nature were let loose here, including that detestable mixture of lust and cruelty, which has always seemed to me the genuine witch's draught. For some time, however, it would seem that the Greeks were perfectly secure and guarded against the feverish agitations of these. For some time, however, it would seem that the Greeks were perfectly secure and guarded against the feverish agitations of the. For some time, however, it would seem that the Greeks were perfectly For some time, however, it would seem that the Greeks were perfectly secure and guarded against the feverish agitations of these festivals. It would seem that the Greeks were perfectly secure and guarded against the feverish agitations of these festivals. It would seem that the Greeks were it would seem that the Greeks were perfectly secure and guarded against the feverish agitations of these festivals, the knowledge of which entered Greece by all the channels of land and sea, by the figure of Apollo himself rising here in full pride, who could not have held out the Gorgon's head to a more dangerous power than this grotesquely uncouth Dionysian. It is in Doric art that this majestically rejecting attitude of Apollo perpetuated itself. This opposition became more precarious and even impossible when, from out of the deepest root of the Hellenic nature, similar impulses finally broke forth. This opposition became more precarious and even impossible when, from out of the deepest root of the Hellenic nature, similar impulses finally broke forth and made their way for themselves. The Delphic god, by a seasonably effected reconciliation, was now contented with taking the destructive arms from the hand of his powerful antagonist. This reconciliation marks the most important moment in This reconciliation marks the most important moment in the history of the Greek cult. Wherever we turn our eyes, we may observe the revolutions resulting from this event. Wherever we turn our eyes, we may observe the revolutions resulting from this event. This reconciliation marks the most important moment in the history of the Greek cult. This reconciliation marks the most important moment in the history of the Greek cult. Wherever we turn our eyes, we may observe the revolutions resulting from this event. It was the reconciliation of two antagonists with a sharp demarcation of the boundary lines to the It was the reconciliation of two antagonists with It was the reconciliation of two antagonists with a sharp demarcation of the boundary lines to be thenceforth observed by each, and with periodic. It was the reconciliation of two antagonists with a sharp demarcation of the boundary lines. It was the reconciliation of two antagonists. It was the reconciliation of two antagonists, with a sharp demarcation of the boundary lines to be thenceforth observed by each, in the periodical transmission of testimonials. In reality, the chasm was not bridged over. But, if we observe how, under the pressure of this conclusion of peace, the Dionysian power manifested itself, we shall now recognize in the Dionysian orgies of the Greeks, as compared with the Babylonian satiae. I hope that's the proper pronunciation. Let's see. Sakeya. Should have known. But, if we observe how, under the pressure of this conclusion of peace, the Dionysian power manifested itself, we shall now. But, if we observe how, under the pressure of this conclusion of peace, the Dionysian power manifested itself, we shall now recognize in the Dionysian orgies of the Greeks as a. We shall now recognize in the Dionysian orgies of the Greeks, as compared with the Babylonian Sakia, in their retrogression of man to the tiger and the ape, the significance of festivals of world redemption and days of transfiguration. Days of transfiguration. Not till then does nature attain her artistic jubilee. Not till then does the rupture of the principium individuationis become an artistic phenomenon. Not till then does the rupture of the Not till then does the rupture of the principium individuationis. That one's gonna get me. Not till then does the rupture of the principium individuationis become an artistic phenomenon. Become an artistic phenomenon. That horrible witch's draught of sensuality and cruelty was here powerless. Only the curious blending and duality in the emotions of the Dionysian revelers reminds one of it, just as medicines remind one of deadly poisons. That phenomenon to wit, that pain begets joy, that jubilation wrings painful sounds out of the breast. From the highest joy sounds the cry of horror or the yearning wail over an irretrievable loss. In these Greek festivals, a sentimental trait, as it were, breaks forth from nature, as if she must sigh over her dismemberment into individuals. The song and pantomime of such duly minded revelers was something new and unheard of in the Homeric Grecian world, and the Dionysian music in particular and the Dionysian music in particular excited awe and horror. If music, as it would seem, was previously known as an Apollonian art, it was, strictly speaking, only the wave beat of rhythm, the formative power of which was developed to the representation of Apollonian conditions. Representation of Apollonian conditions. Representation of Apollonian conditions. The music of Apollo was Doric architectonics in tones, but in merely suggested tones, such as the music of Apollo was Doric architectonics in tone. The music of Apollo was Doric architectonics in tones. The music of Apollo was Doric architectonics in tones, but the music of Apollo was Doric architectonic. The music of Apollo was Doric architectonics in tones, but in merely suggested tones, such as those of the Kithara. Now let's see if I got that right. Sitara. Let's make sure that's right. Situra. There we are. The music of Apollo was Doric architectonics in tones, but in merely suggested tones, as those of the Sitara. The very element which forms the essence of Dionysian music, and hence of music in general, is carefully excluded as un-Apollonian, namely, the thrilling power of the tone, the uniform stream of the melos, and the thoroughly incomparable world. Namely, the thrilling power of the tone, the uniform stream of the melos, and the thoroughly incomparable world of harmony. In the Dionysian dithyramb, man is incited to the highest exaltation of all his symbolic faculties. Something never before experienced struggles for utterance, the annihilation of the veil of Maya, oneness as genius of the race, aye, of nature. The essence of nature is now to be expressed symbolically. A new world of symbols is required. For once the entire symbolism of the body, not only the symbolism of the lip. For once the entire symbolism of the body. Not only the symbolism of the lips, face, and speech, but the whole pantomime of dancing, which sets all the members into rhythmical motion. Thereupon, the other symbolic powers, those of music, in rhythms, dynamics, and harmony, suddenly become impetuous. To comprehend this collective discharge of all the symbolic powers, a man must have already attained that height of self-abnegation which wills to express itself symbolically through the powers. The dithyrambic votary of Dionysus is therefore understood only by those like himself. With what astonishment must the Apollonian Greek have beheld him! With an astonishment which was all the greater the more it was mingled with the shuddering suspicion that all this was in reality not so very foreign to him, yea, not so very foreign to him, not so very foreign to him, yea, that, like unto a veil, his Apollonian consciousness only hid this Dionysian world from his view. This Dionysian world. This Dionysian world from his view. From his view. And now to the recap and reply. And now? Now let's take a quick review over that. And right in time for a car, actually. Good timing for a change. In Chapter 2, Nietzsche revels and reveals, focuses and extracts the historic, synchronic, and diachronic, in the time and across time nature of Apollo and Dionysus from the ancient Greeks through to Rome and arguably even to his present day. Stringing and weaving together in his poetic fashion the essence of Apollonian as against Dionysian and vice versa music, festival, revelry, participation in these two archetypes, and what it meant for the Greeks. That while the Dorics had held stalwart for a great time against the Dionysian ambition and impulse, where others may have held, where others had more thoroughly, where others had as such, where many others had embraced it fully, where many others had, where many others had, where many others, where many others, I don't know why I'm so clicky today. Perhaps from the heat. Where many others had embraced it to varying degrees. In time them through to the Romans even. In them through to the Romans even. That flowing mellifluous, I mean to say, that flowing mellifluous flame, that flowing mellifluous thread, that flowing mellifluous harmony of Dionysus in time, as a seed which refuses not to bloom finds itself in nudity, in cruelty, and yet overcoming them, 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 it sprouts, blossoms forth, it sprouts vines forth, and creeps to the apex of unity, mystic oneness, and yet, now let's see if I got this right. I believe it was Delphic that. Yes. And yet holds duly in resolution, in resolution, in resolution, in the Delphic God, in the Delphic God, in the Delphic God of duality, of duality, of duality, betwixt the plastic and the unenumerable, the continuous and the segmented. Indivisibility. Indivisibility from nature. And individuation thereof. A concordance with utmost tension. And yet, the essence, and yet, the spirit of the ancient Greek dream reveler. And now for the reply. Earnestly, I don't know if there's much to say as opposed to what we've covered in the previous, and I think, frankly, we have covered that quite well. I don't think I have any additional notes here. Chapter 3. In order to comprehend this, you know, actually, I think I might have some things to say. Particularly about that last line where he speaks to the veil of Maya. And Chapter 2's philosophic payload is that of emphasizing the one-sidedness of either, of separation, or contiguity, separateness as against oneness, as the veil of Maya, illusion, a mere fault in metaphysic perspective, of musical perspective, a mere fault in metaphysic perspective, of music perspective, and of greater overall artistic perspective, of metaphysic, music, and artistic of metaphysic, artistic, and physic of metaphysic, artistic, and music perspective, that all is a that all is a part or all one, all being or all becoming, that they that contortion and deformation of what really is, that phenomenon, that that phenomenon, that subjective fault, that subjective fault in what is truly there, what is reality. And as consequence, what is to be done about it? What is to be done about it, with it? And this is something that I find, and this is something I find very compelling. And this is something I find very compelling. And this is something I find very the clicks, man, the clicks. And this is something I find very compelling. As one myself who seeks to dissolve the as one myself who seeks to dissolve the dichotomies, dualities, artificial, arbitrary, constructed, standing separates of being and becoming. There is something profound in these works, even if one doesn't agree with the overall metaphysico-artistic outlook of Nietzsche. And I think that, and it is this very piquance of the birth of tragedy, even as he develops on through his time. Even as he develops on through his time. Particularly in its downstream consequences of ontology, the account of existence, an account of existence as such. Ethics, what we should do about it as customs, habits, or practices. Economy, what we should do with the objects and ethics that we... And economy, what we should do with the ontology and ethics that we have established. How we should transact. What these transactions mean. And of course, politics, where any custom exists, and manner of going about using our ontology materially. What formal structure, function, and reflection should we construct, if we should even stray beyond mere structure? It is my proposition where we have seen thus far Nietzsche propose a revolution in the an accordance between these archetypes of the arch dreamer and the arch dancer, as something of a post-nihilism, as something of a post-nihilism, where each and every perspective ought to be taken as their own, acted upon as their own. In a true recognition of not just the self, but also in a true recognition of not just the part, but also the whole. As first and foremost an aesthetic endeavor of beauty. As constructing and living what compels us, if not beauty itself. I propose something, perhaps, a little further. As we have naught but our perspectives bequeathed to us by nature as nature. I propose something which accounts for this situated perspectivity of every one and everything, of every one and the many. But going beyond, but going beyond. But going beyond. What I propose, as opposed to aesthetics, as first philosophy, would instead be what it all supervenes, stands upon, and reacts to: the ontology, the account of being as being, whether you consider it static, flowing, or something as Spinoza perhaps, a coursing in, a fulfillment of what is universal in what is in particular. That it is all in and of itself. Simply a substrate, a medium. And of that medium, 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 we make accounts of things first and foremost, produce ontologies, and that, in and of itself, places the account about things, about something, front and center. And therefore within this medium, the origins, sources, starting points of those such as Apollo and Dionysos as archetypes, as the forces that compel not just the mundane act, but also the artistic. We must go deeper. Deeper into the medium itself, into the dissolution of all dualities, to include the tragic. And then, only then, do we have the heroic. One who stands not as separate, not one who stands as divided or inexorable or unexcisable or unexcisable, but simply an object among many, not as subject and object, but as the substrate itself, articulating agency as such. And from this perspective, we are able to see beneath the superficialities, however, this the surfaces, no matter how no matter how wide, and the surfaces, no matter how the surfaces, no matter how far they stretch across the territory, as but that maps, and in that, as maps of the territory, that there is a key, a legend, a way of relating, a way of that territory, a way of the universal territory, the substrate, relating to itself in such a way as to render maps. And in that, supervening on it, on ontology, everything from the ethic to the aesthetic, from Apollo and Dionysos to the entire pantheon, and well beyond. To the heart of what I find Nietzsche himself is groping in the dark for. To that creative impulse, that life force, the will itself. Not as a mystic artifact, not as a mystic compulsion, nor even a strictly linear logic causality, not an over fullness of health or depravity, of privation, but cartography, the impulse of the making of a map. As not metaphysic, but strictly and only, but strictly in itself, physic act. by way of the monism oneness, of medium, substrate, existence as such, we may draw out both particular and universal. That which may be defined as that which may be defined by simple association. The extent of that association and the intent of that association. And card time. It'll eventually pass. The entirety of all of these impulses, drives, wills, and beyond, not just the impulses themselves, but beyond, as he would put it, but beyond, as he may put it, the veil of Maya. Not simply being or becoming, but begetting. Not immanence of the flowing in of universals to particulars, nor from particulars to universals, or even the denial of both. Not the immanence of particulars to universals, or even the denial of both, but transmanence of flowing across. Of the existential itself. From the smallest of self-driving agent and the simplest, be it microchip or microorganism, to the greatest and most complex. From AI to humanity. From the tilling of the soil to the construction of worldwide networks. Something adequately, truly, and earnestly not smuggling in this prioritization of the human perspective, but a perspective itself as emergent from the medium of existence. The substrate in being, as it flows into its becoming, and finally, into its self-begetting. Into its self-begetting. Okay, and now we can move on to Chapter 3. In order to comprehend this, we must take down the artistic structure of the Apollonian. Well, let's get refreshed before we start back. In order to comprehend this, in order to comprehend In order to comprehend this, we must take down the artistic structure of the Apollonian culture, as it were, stone by stone, till we behold the foundation on which it rests. Here we first observe Here we observe first all the glorious Olympian figures of the gods standing on the gables of this structure, whose deeds, represented in far shining reliefs, adorn its friezes. Through Apollo, Though Apollo stands among them as an individual deity, side by side with others, and without claim of priority to rank, we must not suffer this fact to mislead us. The same impulse which embodies itself in Apollo has in general given birth to this whole Olympian world, and in this sense we may regard Apollo as the father thereof. What was the enormous need from which proceeded such an illustrious group of Olympian What was the enormous need from which proceeded such an illustrious group of Olympian beings? Beings. Whosoever, with another religion in his heart, approaches these Olympians and seeks among them for moral elevation, even for sanctity, for incorporeal spiritualization, for sympathetic looks of love, even for sanctity, for incorporeal and card time. Well, at least I was already on a stumbling stone. Oh, that's actually quite a noisy one. Eventually. Wow. I said noisy a little flippantly, but it's really proving its weight. Goodness gracious. Yeesh. Whosoever with another religion in his whosoever with another re- whosoever with another religion in whosoever with another religion man. Out of the frying pan and into the fire. Whosoever with another religion in his whosoever with another religion in his whosoever with another religion in his heart, whosoever with another religion in his heart approaches these Olympians and seeks among them for moral elevation, even for sanctity, for incorporeal spiritualization, for sympathetic looks of for incorporeal spiritualization, for sympathetic looks of for sympathetic looks of love, will soon be obliged to turn his back on them, discouraged and disappointed. Here, nothing suggests asceticism. Wow. Here, nothing suggests asceticism, spirituality, or duty. Here only an exuberant, even triumphant life speaks to us, in which everything existing is deified, whether good or bad. And so the spectator will perhaps stand quite bewildered before this fantastic exuberance. And so the spectator will, and so the spectator will, and so the And so the spectator will perhaps stand quite bewildered before this fantastic exuberance of life and ask himself what magic potion these madly merry men could have used for enjoying life, so that, where, so that, wherever they turn their eyes, Helena, the ideal image of their own existence floating in sweet sensuality, smiled upon them. But to this spectator, already turning backwards, we must call out. But to this spectator, already turning backwards, we must call out. Depart not hence, but hear rather what Greek folk wisdom says of this same life, which with such inexplicable getting a little bit of lip pop, which with such inexplicable cheerfulness spreads out before thee. There's an ancient story that King Midas hunted in the forest a long... In correction, I might as well make sure I get this pronunciation right. Salinas. And good that I did. There is an ancient story that King Midas hunted in the forest a long time for the wise Salinas. Salinas, the companion of Dionysus, without capturing him. When at last he fell into his hands, the king asked what was best of all and most desirable for man. Fixed and immovable, the demon remained silent till at last, forced by the king, he broke out with shrill laughter into these words. O wretched race of a day, children of chance and misery, why do ye compel me to say to you what it were most expedient for you not to hear? What is best of all is forever beyond your reach. Not to be born, not to be nothing. The second best for you, however, is soon to die. How is the Olympian world of deities related to this folk wisdom? Even as the rapturous vision of the tortured martyr to his sufferings. Even as the rapturous vision of the tortured martyr to his sufferings. Now the Olympian magic mountain. Now the Olympian magic... Not an improvement. Now the Olympian magic mountain opens, as it were, to our view and shows us its roots. The Greek knew and felt the terrors and the Greek knew and felt the Greek knew and felt the terrors and horrors of existence. To be able to live at all, he had to interpose the shining dream birth of the Olympian world between himself and them. The excessive distrust of the titanic powers of nature, the Moira, throning inexorably over all knowledge, the vulture of the great philanthropist Prometheus, the terrible fate of the wise Oedipus. The terrible fate of the wise Oedipus, the family curse of Atridae. Let's get that. And Orestes. Atridae and Orestes. Cool. The excessive distrust of the titanic powers of nature, the excessive distrust of the titanic powers of nature, the Moira, throning inexorably over all knowledge, the vulture of the great philanthropist Prometheus, the terrible fate of the wise Oedipus, the family curse of Atridae, which drove Orestes to matricide. In short, that entire philosophy of the sylvan god, with its mythical exemplars, which wrought the ruin of the melancholy Etruscans. Which wrought the ruin of the melancholy Etruscans, was again and again, and again, and again, and again, surmounted anew by the Greeks through the artistic middle world of the Olympians. Or at least veiled and withdrawn from sight, or at least veiled, or at least veiled and withdrawn from sight. To be able to live, the Greeks had from direst necessity to create these gods, which process we may perhaps picture to ourselves in this manner: that out of the original Titan thearchy of terror, the Olympian thearchy of joy was evolved by slow transitions through the Apollonian impulse to beauty, even as roses break forth from thorny bushes. Even as roses break forth from thorny bushes. How else could this so sensitive people, so vehement in its desires, so singularly qualified for sufferings, have endured existence, if it had not been exhibited to them in their gods, surrounded with a higher glory? Surrounded with a higher glory. The same impulse which calls art into being. As the complement and consummation of existence, seducing to a continuation of life, called also the Olympian. The same impulse which calls art into being, as the complement and consummation of existence, seducing to a continuation of life, caused also the Olympian world to arise. Caused also the Olympian world to arise, in which the Hellenic will held up before itself a transfiguring mirror. Thus do the gods justify the life of man in which. Thus do the gods justify the life of man, in that they themselves live it. The only satisfactory theodicy. Existence under the bright sunshine of such gods is regarded as that which is desirable in itself, and the real grief of the Homeric min has reference to parting from it, especially to early parting. Especially to early parting. Especially to early parting. Especially to early parting. So that we might now say of them. So that we might now say of them. So that we might now say of them. So that we might now say of them, with a reversion to the Silenian wisdom. With a reversion of the Silenian wisdom, that to die early is worst of all for them. The second worst is, someday, to die at all. So that we might now say of them, 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 with a reversion of the Silenian wisdom, that to die early is worst of all for them. The second worst is, someday, to die at all. At all. If once the lamentation is heard, it will ring out again of the short-lived. If once the lamentation is heard, it will ring out again of the short-lived Achilles. If once the lamentation is heard, it will ring out. If once the lamentation is heard, it will ring out again of the short-lived Achilles, of the leaf-like change and vicissitude of the human race, of the decay of the heroic age. It is not unworthy of the greatest hero to long for a continuation of life, aye, even as a day laborer. So vehemently does the will at the Apollonian stage of development long for this existence. So completely at once does the Homeric man feel himself with it, that the very lamentation becomes its song of praise. Here we must observe that this harmony, which is so eagerly contemplated by modern man, is in fact the oneness of man with nature, to express which Schiller introduced the technical term naive, is by no means such a simple, naturally resulting, and, as it were, inevitable, is by no means such a simple, naturally resulting, and, as it were, inevitable condition, which must be found at the gate of every culture leading to a paradise of man. This could be believed only by an age which sought to picture itself Rousseau's Émilie also as an artist, and imagined it had found in Homer such an artist Émilie, reared at nature's bosom, reared at nature's bosom, reared at nature's bosom, reared at nature's bosom, reared at nature's bosom. Wherever we meet the naive in art, it behoves us. Wherever we meet the naive in Wherever we meet the naive in art, it behoves us to recognize the highest effect of the Apollonian culture, which, in the first place, has always to overthrow some titanic empire and slay monsters, and which, through powerful, dazzling representations and pleasurable illustrations, which, through powerful, dazzling representations and which, through powerful, dazzling representations and pleasurable and which, through powerful, dazzling representations and which, through powerful, dazzling representations and pleasurable illusions, must have triumphed over a terrible depth of world contemplation and a most keen susceptibility to suffering. But how seldom is the naive that complete absorption in the beauty of appearance attained? And hence how inexpressibly sublime is Homer, who as unit being bears the same relation to this Apollonian folk culture as the unit dream artist does to the dream faculty of the people and of nature in general. Wow, it was a quiet car till all of a sudden. and of nature in general. The Homeric naivete can be comprehended only as the complete triumph of the Apollonian illusion. It is the same kind of illusion as nature so frequently employs to compass her ends. The true goal is veiled by a phantasm. We stretch out our hands for the latter, while nature attains the former through our illusion. In the Greeks, the will desired to contemplate itself in the transfiguration of the genius and the world of art. In the Greeks, the will desired to contemplate itself in the transfiguration of the genius and the world of art. In order to glorify themselves, its creatures had to feel themselves worthy of glory. They had to behold themselves again in a higher sphere, without this consummate world of contemplation acting as an imperative or reproach. Such is the sphere of beauty. In which, as in a mirror, they saw their images, the Olympians. With this, mirroring of beauty, the Hellenic will combated its talent, correlative to the artistic, for suffering and for the wisdom of suffering. And, as a monument of its victory, Homer, the naive artist, stands before us. Okay. And now for our recap and reply. in chapter 3, in chapter 3, we, as it exposits, unravel, deconstruct, and tear apart the very foundations of the Apollonian worldview, of the Apollonian archetype, and reveal him as the All-Father most true of the Greek Olympians, as the triumph over the titans of the suffering world, of the unapprehendable world, the susception, proneness, misery, malcontents of the ancient Greek before its arise. And see in them the will to illusion, to reason as ultimate of logos in the plastic phenomenal sense as all there is, as the triumph of the dream over the melody, of the rationalism above all, above all. And there, as its epitome, naive art, naive Homer, as the man in a bark, upon cresting seas, content and in trust, that his constructions, his creations will see him through to the end, preserve and transport across the great breadths of life's oceans, 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 of life's ocean, of life's ocean. Wow. Of life's ocean, of life's oceans. Time for another sip. Of life's oceans. Not as one who is lost, not as one who is lost, but one who lives, who achieves his grace, his cheerfulness, in the dream, the dream, the dream, the dream. And I think I've mostly addressed anything in the long stretch that I did in the last section insofar as a reply. I think it'll require a little bit more, perhaps from chapter 4 and on, in order to construct anything really additional there too. But we are coming in early. Let's see how long chapter 4 is. Oh, it's a short stretch. I really don't want to do another 6-hour stream. Because it takes a very long time to edit all this, and I do all the editing myself. So We'll try and, let's see, not even a full page, but we'll count it as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. We can do that. Chapter 4. Concerning the naive artist, the analogy of dreams will enlighten us to some extent. When we realize to ourselves the dreamer, as, in the midst of the illusion of the dream world, and without disturbing it, he calls out to himself, "It is a dream. It is a dream. I will dream on." When we must thence infer a deeper inner joy in dream contemplation. In dream contemplation. When, on the other hand, to be able at all to dream with this to be at all able to dream with this inner joy and contemplation, we must have completely forgotten the day. To be at all able to dream with this inner joy in contemplation, we must have completely forgotten the day in its terrible obtrusiveness. We may, under the direction of the dream-reading Apollo, interpret all these phenomena to ourselves somewhat as follows. Though it is certain that of the two halves of life, the waking and the dreaming, though it is certain Though it is certain, wow. I don't think I said chapter 4. Chapter 4. Though it is certain that the two halves of life, though it is certain that the two halves of life, the waking and the dreaming, the former appeals to us as by far the most the former appeals to us as by far the more wow the former appeals to us as by far the more preferred, important. The former appeals to us by far the more preferred, important, excellent, and worthy of being lived, indeed, as that which alone is lived. Yet, with reference to that mysterious ground of our being, with reference to that mysterious ground of our being of which we are the phenomenon, of which we are the phenomenon. End card time. Another slow crawler. Not nearly so slow as the last one. Of which we are the phenomenon. I should, paradoxically as it may seem, be inclined to maintain the very opposite estimate of the value of dream life. For the more clearly I perceive in nature those all-powerful art impulses. I perceive in nature those all-powerful art impulses, and in them a fervent longing for appearance, for redemption through appearance, the more for redemption through appearance, the more I feel myself driven to the metaphysical assumption that the verily existent the more I feel myself driven to the metaphysical assumption that the verily existent and primordial unity, as the eternally suffering and self-contradictory, requires the rapturous vision, the joyful appearance for its continuous salvation, which appearance, we, who are completely wrapped in it and composed of it, must regard as the verily non-existent, as the verily non-existent, as the verily non-existent, i.e., as a perpetual unfolding in time, space, and causality. In other words, as empiric reality. If we therefore waive the consideration of our own reality for the present, if we conceive our empiric existence and that of the world generally as a representation of the primordial unity generated every moment, we shall then have to regard the dream as an appearance of appearance. Hence, as a still higher gratification of the primordial desire for appearance. It is for this same reason that the innermost heart of nature experiences that indescribable joy in the naive artist and in the naive work of art, which is likewise only an appearance of appearance. In a symbolic painting, Raphael, himself one of these immortal naive ones, In a symbolic painting, Raphael, himself one of these immortal naive ones. In a symbolic painting, Raphael, himself one of these immortal naive. In a symbolic painting, Raphael. In a symbolic painting, Raphael, himself one of these immortal naive. Himself one of these immortal naive ones. Himself one of these immortal naive ones. Himself one of these immortal. Himself, Raphael, himself one of these immortal naive ones. Naive one. Naive ones. Naive one. Naive ones. Has represented to us this depotentiating of appearance to appearance. Of appearance to appearance. Of appearance to appearance. The primordial process of the naive artist, and at the same time of Apollonian culture. In his transfiguration, the lower half, with the possessed body, the despairing bearers, the helpless, terrified disciples, shows to us the reflection of eternal primordial pain, the sole basis of the world, the appearance here is the counter-appearance of eternal contradiction. The Father of things. The sole basis of the world. The appearance here is the counter-appearance of eternal contradiction. The Father of things. Out of this appearance then arises, like an ambrosial vapor, a vision-like new world of Out of this appearance then arises, like an ambrosial vapor, a vision. Out of this appearance then arises, like an ambrosial vapor. Out of this appearance then arises. Out of this appearance then arises, like an ambrosial vapor, a vision a vision like new world of appearances, of which those wrapped in the first appearance, a vision like new world of appearances, of which those wrapped in the first appearance see nothing, nothing, nothing. A radiant, floating in purest bliss and painless contemplation beaming from wide open eyes. Here is presented to our view, in the highest symbolism of art, that Apollonian world of beauty and its substratum, the terrible wisdom of Silenus. And we comprehend by intuition their necessary and we comprehend by intuition their necessary and we comprehend by and we comprehend by and we comprehend by intuition their necessary interdependence. Apollo, however, again appears to us as the apotheosis of the principium individuationis, in which alone the perpetually attained end of the primordial unity, its redemption through appearance, is consummated. He shows us with sublime attitudes how the entire world of torment is necessary, how the entire world of torment is necessary, how the entire world of torment is necessary, that thereby the individual may be impelled to realize, the redeeming vision, and then sunken in con- and then sunk in the con- and then sunk in contemplation thereof, quietly sit in his fluctuating bark in the midst of the sea. This apotheosis of individuation, if it be at all conceived as imperative in laying down precepts, knows but one law, the individual, i.e., the observance of the boundaries of the individual, measure in the Hellenic sense. Apollo, as ethical deity, demands due proportion of his disciples, and, that this may be observed, he demands self-knowledge, and thus, parallel to the aesthetic necessity for beauty, there run the demands, know thyself, and not too much, while presumption and undueness are regarded as the truly hostile demons of the non are regarded as the truly hostile demons of the non are regarded as the truly hostile demons of the non-Apollonian sphere, hence, as characteristics of the pre-Apollonian age, that of the Titans, that of the Titans, that of the Titan, that of the Titans, that of the Titan, that of the Titan, that of the Titans, and of the extra Apollonian, and of the extra Apollonian world, that of the barbarians, that of the barbarians, that of the barbarians. that of the barbarians. Because of his Titan-like love for man, Prometheus had to be torn to Because of his Titan-like love for man, Prometheus had to be torn to pieces by vultures. Because of his excessive wisdom, which solved the riddle of the Sphinx, Oedipus had to be plunged into a bewildering vortex of monstrous crimes. Thus did the Delphic god interpret God. Thus did the Delphic god interpret the Grecian past. So also the effects wrought by the Dionysian appeared titanic and barbaric to the Apollonian Greek, while at the same time he could not conceal from himself that he too was inwardly related to these overthrown titans, and heroes. Indeed, he had to recognize still more than this. His entire existence, with all its beauty and moderation, rested on a hidden substratum of suffering and of knowledge, which was again disclosed to him by the Dionysian. And lo, Apollo could not live. 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 And lo, and lo, and lo, and lo, Apollo could not live. And lo, and lo, and lo, Apollo could not, and lo, Apollo could not live without Dionysus. The Titanic and the barbaric were in the end not less necessary than the Apollonian. And now, let us imagine to ourselves how the ecstatic tone of the Dionysian festival sounded in ever more alluring and bewitching strains, into this artificially confined world built on appearance and moderation. How in these strains all the undueness of nature enjoy sorrow and knowledge, even to the transpiercing shriek became audible. Let us ask ourselves, what meaning could be attached to the psalm? Ooh, I'm gonna need some help with that one. Psalmodizing. Okay. The act of singing or chanting psalms. Go figure. Let us ask ourselves, what meaning could be attached to the psalmodizing artist of Apollo with the phantom harp sound as compared with this demonic folk song? The muses of the arts of appearance paled before an art which, in its intoxication, spoke the truth, the wisdom of The wisdom of Silenus cried, "Woe, woe, against, ag- against, against the cheerful Olympians. The individual, the individ, the indi, the individ, the individual, with all his boundaries and due proportions, went under in the self-oblivion of the Dionysian states, and forgot the Apollonian precepts, the Apo, the Apo, the the Apollonian precepts, the undoeness revealed itself as truth, contradiction, the bliss, born of pain. The bliss born of pain declared itself but of the heart of nature, and thus, wherever the Dionysian prevailed, the Apollonian was routed and annihilated. But it is quite as certain that, where the first assault was successfully withstood, but it is quite as certain that, where the first assault was successfully withstood, the authority and majesty of the Delphic god exhibited itself as more rigid and menacing than ever. For I can only explain to myself the Doric state. And Doric art as a permanent war camp of the Apollonian. Only by incessant opposition to the titanic barbaric nature of the Dionysian was it possible for an art to so defiantly prim, so encompassed with bulwarks, a training so warlike and rigorous, a constitution so cruel and relentless, to last for any length of time. Up to this point, we have enlarged upon the observation made at the beginning of the essay. How the Dionysian and the Apollonian in ever new births, succeeding and mutually augmenting one another, controlled the Hellenic genius. How from out the age of bronze, 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 with its Titan struggles and rigorous folk philosophy, the Homeric world develops under the fostering sway of the Apollonian impulse to beauty. How this naive splendor is again overwhelmed by the inbursting flood of the Dionysian. How this naive splendor is again overwhelmed. How this naive splendor is again overwhelmed by the bursting. How this naive splendor is again overwhelmed by the inbursting flood of the Dionysian, and how against this new power the Apollonian rises to the austere majesty of Doric art and the Doric view of things. If then, in this way, in the strife of these two hostile principles, the older Hellenic history falls into four great periods of art, we are now driven to inquire after the ulterior purpose of these unfoldings and processes, unless, perchance, we should regard the last, unless, perchance, we should regard the last, we should regard the last, unless, perchance, we should regard the last, unless, perchance, we should regard the last attained period, the period of Doric art, as the end and aim of these artistic impulses, and here the sublime and highly celebrated artwork of Attic tragedy and dramatic dithyramb presents itself to our view as the common goal of both these impulses. Whose mysterious union, after many and long precursory struggles, found its glorious consummation in such a child. Found its glorious consummation in such a child. Found its glorious consummation in such a child. Found its glorious consummation. Found its glorious consummation in such a child, which is at once Antigone and Cassandra. Antigone and Cassandra. And Cassandra. Okay. And right about on time. There is something to be said for this in the reply section, but in trying to keep from stretching on and on and on, we will just do the recap, and we'll roll the reply into the next stream when we do this one. After all, listening to the book and reading it along closely is a very different experience, and I think it'll give me some time to settle and digest even more thoroughly. Let's see. A review, as always. In Chapter 4, we come head to head with a contradiction and the foundation itself of the Apollonian worldview. Having stripped away the stones from its foundations, and tracing back its origins, we now critique that beneath that very foundation is built upon the Dionysian, of the Titanic, of the world suffering rather than the world beauty, of not the dream, nor the dreamer, but of misery, pain, agony and the consequences thereof. That Apollo is not merely an immanence in himself. No, rather, an upwelling of desire for appearance, of desire for appearance above all, a phenomenon of the ideal, of the wishing to be as being, of logos as purpose, of beauty. In that supine rest of Apollo, that our eyes may peer across the plains of being and know it truly without being of it, in it, about it, of theory as the apex. And despite that, the impulse, the drive, the will to unite, the will to be not individual but a member of the whole. To sway, venture, and integrate into becoming. Nonetheless, in all but the Doric state, in all but the Doric art, does not uproot, but enjoins and intermingles with the Apollonian. That the elite prestige of the Apollonian be not immune to the so-called barbarous and folk melodic influence of the process upon which it stands. That despite the falling of Oedipus, of Prometheus, the cruelty of the Delphic reconciliation, and consonance is not enough. And that even the most resilient is still, at some point, in some small way at least, the votary of Dionysos as well. For they too become. All right. And I think that's the full cover. So, we have just finished our section of recording the live audiobook of The Birth of Tragedy for today, for this stream. We have many more chapters to go, and we'll pick up on them in our cycle as we've been going through, which, for anybody who's just joining in and does not know, the beginning was The Double, Fyodor Dostoevsky's The Double. Phenomenal, surreal, very, very deeply entrenched in the Russian Romanticist movement. And then we have here The Birth of Tragedy, and so the next time it will be The Art of War, which I'm sure everybody knows at least by name, if not by contents. So, now I get refreshed, and we fire up Yes, Your Grace. I just read the description for the achievement of this couldn't end well. It's for getting past the wedding night. How about that? Let's turn that down a good deal. And then hop over here and get ourselves acclimated. Now let's see. Do I have the appropriate selection? Yes, okay. And let us continue. My army needs food and supplies. Yes, 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 yes. Bigger army costs more, of course, of course. And I'll lose some if I don't keep up with it, as one would expect. Well, he's good. I should hope, I should say, that having these, or having the prepared general option selected, that means that I'll be able to have him in the future and not just for any old battle. So I'll throw that in on that assumption, and let's do, sheesh, not much money to work with here. That and Carnival. Since we're in an okay state now, we'll want to front load our expenses so that we don't get absolutely sundered later. And hope nothing comes up serious in the meantime. Grevno, week 11. Then we have that letter. Lures, Pietro, Banker, Sedani, and Asalia. Let's see what good old paranoiac Pietro has to say first. I'm sorry for what I said last time, Your Grace. I cannot think straight sometimes. The thing is, someone is after me. But how can I find out who it is? I don't have a clue. If I tell anyone that I know, then they will know, and that is worse, right? I can imprison him, or ask him how to help, or tell him to bugger off. You know, I'm feeling charitable. It's a good mood. How exactly can I help you if you won't tell me exactly what's happening? Your Grace, you won't understand. Tell me what you did to make someone want to come after you. I saw a man, and no, that's not it. I don't know. I can't tell you, Your Grace. What if this person is listening? I'm sorry, guy. That's all I could do for you, then. Don't waste my time if you can't come up with a way for me to help you. Fine, Your Grace. I really didn't mean to upset you. I'm just so scared. Don't come here again. That's a little more harsh than I was aiming at, but I guess that solves a problem, huh? Audrey, you got anything for me? How's our battle prep? Army, is it ready? We're in a difficult situation? Yes. And, how about the investigation process? I prepared a table of you with the overview of all our evidence. When we find evidence items, they will be shown on there, together with the information we have gathered about each of them. Cool. Alright. Well, that gives us a bit of a base to move on to. Banker, what you got for me? I hear your treasury isn't in the best shape, Your Grace. Yeah, that's what I figured. You were just here to offer me more. I kind of do want some extra gold, but I'll try and gain that later. Yes, I know you'll always be there to rake me over the coals. Luras, what you need? You've called for me, Your Grace. I have. Now, how about spices? I've heard that you have stopped supplying Bronca with some resources. Spices, I believe. I suspect you've been speaking to Eden. He trades my spices with Precis to get fortune dabs. Yo. Eden doing dabs? Alright, let's go. Fortune, no less. Some call it Dipu Dabu, but it's most commonly known by the name Oracle Dust. Alright, let's go. I've heard about Radovia. I can help, if you aid me in return. What is Oracle Dust? It has medicinal uses, of course, but also recreational, highly addictive. It's particularly popular amongst priests in the light. Something about spiritual enlightenment. Makes a lot of coin, but ultimately costs people's lives. I want no part of this. Shame I'm losing sales, though. Alright, well, how about Precis? That's far away. Wow. No kidding, guy. Is that all you have to say? You send people out way the far away. Okay, alright. I've heard enough. Your Grace, I urge you to help me curtail Eaton's plans. Do not buy any Oracle dust. And if you hear of anyone trying to sell dust, don't hesitate to put them in the dungeons. If anything suspicious happens, make sure I'm the first to know. I'll do the right thing here. Be sure that my army will stand by your side when the war begins. 200 soldiers. I can also help with 6 supplies. I heard Eaton is selling dust near Kaski. The first step in the right direction would be to stop their deliveries. I will first halt to Eaton. I will see what Lord Eaton has to say about this first. Don't let that buffoon get under your skin, Your Grace. Also, I got this animal tooth here. I found this in my wine cellar. Can you tell me anything about it? Looks like a healthy animal, no holes or chips. I'm not sure what animal it could have come from. I'm not much of an expert on beasts. How about this letter, then? This letter is on very decorative parchment. Do you know where it could have come from? Decorations. Maybe it's more like a page from a book. Are you sure it's a letter? Yes, I'm sure it's a letter. I can't help in that case. I know of no lords who illustrate their letters. Well, I know what this is gonna say, but, how about our progress? Dust sales in Kaski. There's a lot of work to do. Please send your general to Kaski and close down Eaton's dust stand. What about their dealers? If a dealer ever comes through your doors, please imprison them immediately. This will discourage Eaton's dealers from selling. There's something suspicious is happening here. If something suspicious happens, make sure to let me know first. Well, I did, and you couldn't tell me jack, so... I guess at least I've got a lead. Thanks for coming. Audrey? Yeah, I will invite you. Thank you. Make sure what Lurs is saying is true before we decline Eaton's alliance. You can find Eaton on the Allies panel. He should be here next week if we send a pigeon immediately. I shall. Let's see. If only I had more than one pigeon, that would be delightful. Alright, young one. Your Grace? I hate that Lord Sulia has left already. You and everybody. She looked very pretty in her dress. She would look beautiful in any dress. I already miss her father. When I have a wedding, can I wear the same dress? Of course you can, Sadani. Mother said Lord Sulia sent a letter, and that she's fine. Have you already replied to her? Have you asked about Dusty? I haven't asked her about Dusty yet. Can you please ask Lord Sulia about the cat father? Where does he sleep? What does he eat? Is he alive even? I will ask about Dusty. Yes, Donnie. I will ask her about the cat. Thank you, Father. I mean, Your Grace. Oh, so sweet. Goodness me. Father, you promised to practice sword fighting with me, remember? Maybe we could try later today. Please? Of course. I'll see you in the gardens once I'm done in here. Absolutely! Chance to cross swords. Can't pass that up. Hello, peasant. Your Grace, men with monsters on their banners come ravaging our village. They set our barn on fire. It wasn't long before the flames spread to other buildings. The village is still burning. Most of our supplies are already lost. Please send us some help. Yes, happily. Here are the supplies. I believe that should be enough to get you back on the party. Your Grace, that is very kind. Your good deeds will spread far, I'm sure. I hope. Goodness me, I hope. Alright. Now, we strike through here to see if we don't have more clues we can pick up, because I surely need some. Aurelia, any news? Darling, I have a lead on the investigation. I found some clues that might lead us to the person who's behind Talus' death. What have you found? Yep, nothing new. Okay. Anything I can click on? That's the bed, that's the dresser, fireplace. Nothing new. Not here, anyway. We'll see about on. Dungeon. You, my Barovian friend, or Radovian friend. Nope, absolutely nothing. Dungeon guard. Nothing. Nothing in the cell. Still can't believe they haven't fixed that vaulted ceiling. That's just like a liability waiting to happen. I guess that's all. Nothing on the castle wall, I assume. Methinks. But does me think right? That is the question. No, absolutely nothing. Through the door, please. There you go. Council chamber. There's Sidani and Shiaki. Let's take a look. Now, I haven't gotten any... Yeah. Seek expert. Go figure. And no, it doesn't look like anything new. But, have you anything to say to me, Sidani? Your Grace? Not at all. Goodbye. This is going to be a thin week 11 is. That's good, I guess. It means that we won't have any major expenses. Foreseeably, we'll see about that. And nothing on the far side of the gardens? Nope. Okay. Asalia. Yes, Father. How's your practice? Are you ready? Hey, that was good. Ha, I know. Ah, too slow. Have you heard about Sidani? What happened? I told her she should find a pet that can actually do something besides being disgusting. Damn, Asalia, you brutal! She's just a youngin'. She has been leaving bait in the garden since then. I guess that's one way. Nothing has been showing up, so I took one of the stuffed skunks from the hall and put it behind the bush. In the evening, I told her something took her bait. When she saw a huge skunk, half her size, she panicked. She grabbed my sword. She could barely lift it. It was hilarious. She kept hitting the poor skunk, but it wouldn't budge. Poor Sidani. She wouldn't hurt an animal. Mother heard her scream. She came and ruined everything. My. Sidani actually cried when she found out the thing was stuffed. You cruel, cruel girl. Oh, Salia. Come on, Father. You have to admit this is funny. Yeah, it is, actually. I can't believe she would attack a skunk. She thinks she can fight because she keeps seeing you running around with your sword. I know. She keeps pestering me to fight her. We should end it here. I better check on Sidani. Well, you know, I guess that is like a good training at diplomatic sleight of hand. I can understand. I'll let it slide. Your Grace, do you want to talk about the skunk? Asalia told me what happened. Well, I got scared and I didn't know what else to do. It was dark out there and the eyes were shiny. I was worried you'd be mad at me for bringing monsters to the castle. So I just took Asalia's sword. I'm sorry I ruined your stuffed animal, Father. I hope you can forgive me. Of course I forgive you. It is but an old stuffed skunk. I was going to get rid of it anyway. Yeah, I don't know how much prestige skunk of the stuff variety brings to the court. You were very brave, but I don't want you running around with that sword again, alright? Fine, I won't. And there we are. Silly Pickle resolved. And I think that is the fulfillment of week 11. Fairly peaceable, all considered. Let's hope that we can get some good income. Okay, good. That does contribute recurringly. I don't want to push myself to that depth. I'm not making a ton of money. Yeesh. Gonna need to boost that income ASAP. Goodness gracious, I need more army. Without doubt. I don't want to push myself into the negative, but I mean, yeah. We'll see if the banker rejoins us. Audrey, Your Grace, how is our investigation going? I found this animal tooth and this letter, but I don't know how it ended up in our castle. I have prepared a table for you. Thank you. I gather this, you tell me already. General, what can you tell me? Your Grace, I haven't found out anything specific about the decorations from the letter, but the word has it that kings of the North usually decorate their correspondence to show off their wealth. Maybe some of the northern lords adopted this tradition. Thank you, General. If you find anything else, please do let me know. Well, I guess that's something. Hello, Lord Eaton. How may I be of service, Your Grace? I know why you need the spices, but I want to know about this animal tooth first. I found this in my wine cellar. Can you tell me anything about it? What is an animal tooth doing in your wine cellar? It looks like someone has lost it. I'm trying to find its owner. I don't know, Eric. Probably someone who's interested in animals or creatures, shall I say. How about this letter? The letter came on very intricately decorated parchment. Do you know where it could have come from? People used to do that in the old days. Now it's out of fashion, if you ask me. I don't know who could have sent it. Don't you know who you received letters from? I haven't exactly received it. Never mind. Thanks, Eaton. Now tell me about those spices. Your Grace, I can explain. Immediate apprehension. That's a good sign. Oracle dust is far from dangerous. Oracle dust is far from dangerous. As far as I've been told, it has medical uses more than anything else. It's just an easy way to make some gold. It doesn't matter if you sell dust or not. It's going to get out to people anyway. If we're the ones selling it, then at least we're the ones profiting. You just pass it on. Don't trouble yourself with the people who use it. In fact, I could really use your help in this operation. And in return, I will always be at your service. I have a location near Beltwis that has some problems with the locals. Send an agent its way, and maybe he could give us a hand. Also, if anything out of the ordinary happens, then make sure I'm the first to know. We need to keep an eye on other sellers. If anyone comes selling, make sure to buy a pack or two. I will be able to double your earnings. If you do right by me, I will be sure to do right by you. I will give you my men, gold, and supplies. I'll see what can be done. That's the spirit! I'm going to make us rich, Your Grace. With the gold from our business, you won't even need a Tana to aid you in battle. Look, I will throw in something extra for your efforts. Alongside 230 men, I throw in my hounds. They're deadly and precise. The Radovians won't know what hit them. I'll keep that in mind. And here's where my my discretion comes to the fore. You know, I think that he's right. Demand and supply, you know, they have a very close relationship, and the more people get supplied something, and that spawns demand, the demand continues to increase. The question here is Oracle dust actually harmful? Is the other guy telling the truth, or is he simply being too, cautious, we'll say? Or is it really worth the gold in men and hounds? I don't know. He does make a point that if we're not the ones selling it, then someone else will be. You see how that goes in real life, too. But what's the morality of the game? That will be the determining factor, because if the game takes the position that, well, I mean, you're distributing things that harm people, that could prove to be rather disastrous. But I do have a lot of goodwill among people, and I continue to keep that up, so maybe it's worth the balance. We'll see. But Audrey, what can you say? Eaton's offer is very generous, Your Grace. We could certainly use his hounds and army in the battle, but his promising us trading dust sounds, it could cause problems later. If we decide to help Eaton, we can be sure that Lurs will cancel his offer of an army. We should help Eaton. The gold we could make from selling dust would solve a lot of our problems. Our people would be happier if we could offer them more gold. Of course, Your Grace. In that case, you should send a general to Beltois. I will. Buy as much dust as you can afford so we can give it to Eaton and make a profit on it. After we have done this, we should invite Eaton back to our castle to close the deal. We should also keep an eye out for anything suspicious. His opportunism. That is what makes me suspect of him. He was very quick on his willingness to accept my tenuous acceptance. I wish I could get a better read on him is the only thing. I wish I could be like, hey, other nobles, do you have anything that you know about Eaton's disposition and character? Let's see. Well, Lurs has supplies, but no monies. Eaton has goodwill and monies, but no supplies. But so did King Talus have great prestige. I don't know. I just don't know. Is it worth the gamble? You guys who are out there watching, is it worth the gamble? I gots to know. Oh, man. I just don't know. But we'll start to invite others here and see what they can tell us. Let's go with, how about Grego? Let's see what they have to say, since we don't have any immediate letters to send down. Is this a new pet you are hiding there, Silly Pickle? Your Grace, may I introduce you to... the Stabber! Oh no! The Hedgehog! The Stabber? Why the Stabber? Well, I wanted to name him Hanson, but that name is already taken. What is this? Like, I imagine she's just standing there with this hedgehog and going, "Ah, Hanson!" Above its head it appears the little text. Above its head it appears the little name box, and it just goes, "Sorry, name taken. You're gonna have to change that to like Happy Spaghetti or something." Flashes red, and then she's like, "Okay, I got you. The Stabber. Based." The other option was to call him the Squisher, but it didn't seem like that would scare off enemies. Underneath, he has a velvety, yummy tummy, Underneath, he has a velvet, yummy tummy, and you wish you could just stroke and squish it all day. But on top, it's a whole different story. On top, he is a scary, stiff stabber. How did you come up with this? What is this all about? Well, Father, do you know the tale of Hanson? No. Hanson was a hedgehog who rode on a black rooster, Your Grace. He was ugly and unwanted, but one day he helped a king find his way home. As a prize, the hedgehog asked the king to promise to give him whatever greets him first upon his return home. It turned out that the king's daughter was the first to greet him. 1 year later, the hedgehog came to claim his reward and married the princess. It was difficult for the princess to love the ugly creature Hansen was, but she learned to accept him, and once she proved her true love for him, Hansen turned into the most handsome prince with the biggest castle made out of diamonds. Huh. This story sounds familiar. I bet it does, Eric. I bet it does, my man. I wish life was as simple as a fairy tale. That too. Yes, Lady Danica always tells me this tale before bed, Father. It's a well-known story. A lot of books have different versions of it. The most popular was something about an old man with white hair killing monsters. It's very silly, but Danica likes this one a lot. See, I will turn the stabber into a prince. A prince? Oh, it's not for me, Father. Once the stabber is a prince, he can help me get Luli back. I'm sure she will like him more than Evo. And then she and Dusty can come back to the castle. Fine, keep the stabber. I'm all on board. Very well, keep the stabber close to you, but don't lose him, and don't stab yourself. It's not the stabber, it's the stabber. The stabber is on a mission, and he is about to stab someone. At least she will be occupied. That's very true, my man. I'm not sure if that's a good thing, though. Finally, something Eric and I agree on. Hey, peasant, what's up? Your Grace, my village has been raided by bandits. Imagine that. These scum are fiercer than any others. There have been casualties. They killed an entire family. We are counting on help from your general, Your Grace. We should keep an eye on these bandits. Make sure Radovians are not creating further posts. If they are locals, we should show them that there is no place for such behavior. I can't do that. I gotta send my general elsewhere. Sorry, guy. I can't help everyone. Ready your pitchforks and keep your eyes open. Maybe they won't show up again. We would feel safer with a royal army at our side, but I understand. Again, we still have 160 army strength. We could spare like 10 of them at least. Come on, throw me a bone here. But that is not the way of the game. Let's see about the bedchambers, though. And the map. Beltois, Koski. We'll send our general. And that should be swift enough. Which is good. Only 1 week to do the thing. Because we will certainly need him coming up. Darling. I have a lead on the investigation. Lord Eaton visited me. Turns out he is trading oracle dust and wants my help with it. Lord Lures doesn't approve of the business. He thinks it's bad for people. Both of the lords have promised to lend us their armies if we help him. But really, I don't know what to think about it. Well, do you really think that selling dust is bad for people? Well, it does have side effects. If more people start using it with no regulation, we could have problems. We don't have enough resources or doctors to deal with things going wrong. But then again, it might also be that nothing bad happens. What do you think? I mean, I hear God's servants use it, so I'm sure it's fine. After the war with Radovia, if things start going wrong, we can always stop supporting Eaton. Thank you, sweetheart. I guess it's worth thinking about it. It's fine, dear. Let me know if you need to discuss anything else. Well, I shall. She does make a good point that lines up with my earlier part of my thoughts, but I'm not so sure. I'm just not sure. Nasalia? Nope. Okay. Well, that is good at least to see that they do tend to mark with the diamonds if there is something to take note of. What I'd like most of all at this point is to just get some proper agents. That would be a delight. Yeah, I guess that's all for this week. On to week 13. And finally, we're getting some good income. Not fast enough, though. Grevno, week 13. General, what can you tell me? Your Grace? The situation got pretty hot. It wasn't possible to avoid bloodshed. Nonetheless, we have secured Lord Eaton's dust wares. Good. Sorry for the losses, but, as it were. Dear father, my husband King Evo is very good to me. He has done everything to make me feel at home. I spend most of my days reading books and learning about Atana. King Evo wishes me to grow familiar with their traditions. We start each day with a prayer, followed by a rich, lavish breakfast. Later I learn more about the history of Atana and its geography. Last week I met Paloma, the king's mother. She's poorly, but King Ivo says he will continue his father's quest to search for a cure for her illness. Yours, Lursulia. Ivo certainly wants his wife to understand their ways. I'm not sure I like it. We should ask Lursulia about something else. I ain't asking about Dusty. I want to, but I can't. I can ask her about her slippers. Yeah, we'll Amazon Prime that right over to you. Options, but I gotta ask about Evo first. Ask her about Evo. What is he like as a husband? How's he dealing with his father's death? And say that I wish to give him my condolences. Mention that we are working on finding the murderer. Very well, Your Grace. I will write her a letter. We should anticipate a reply within a couple of weeks. And good. Grego? You sent a pigeon for me? I have. Welcome to our castle. I presume you have heard about our upcoming battle with Redovia. I have, of course. Otherwise I wouldn't be here. Man of priorities, I see. I want to help. So, here's my deal. I pride myself in my knowledge of art. My collection of paintings is the biggest in the kingdom. I own paintings by the most prestigious artists. Sylvek van Gogh, Manowski, Pizak, you get the idea. I've heard recently that you hold a very valuable painting. It would be perfect for my collection. The Stork by Sylvek van Gogh. Don't say anything yet. You haven't heard the rest of my deal. I can offer you 80 well-trained men and 3 supplies. Wow, that painting must mean a lot to you. Of course it does. It needs to vanish from this castle. I mean, it'll look better in my gallery alongside the others. I imagine the painting is hanging somewhere, so I'll give you time to take it down. That is, of course, if you agree to my deal. I would like to pick it up personally, so invite me whenever you're ready. If it's worth that much to you, that means I should probably hold on to it. I can get my own men. I'll think about it. I quite like this painting. It does look nice in the bedroom. I will think about your offer. Of course, take your time. I'll keep that in my back pocket, though. Thank you very much. Send me a pigeon whenever you're ready to talk. While you're here, how about this letter? Take a look at the drawings on this letter, Greco. Could you tell me anything about them? These plants look like rowan trees. These trees grant protection from evil witches and their curses. Many kingdoms use these trees to build children's cradles. So a lord wants protection against witches and curses, probably wrote the letter. Thank you, Greco. This information is very useful. And about this animal, too. I have found this in my wine cellar. Can you tell me anything about it? Do you have beasts in your dungeons, Eric? You had better find a hunter to deal with this. Very well. Thank you for at least the one thing you could provide imminently. Pietro... Hey, you! You've really gone overboard this time! I know it was you! Now everything is clear! I stayed in the woods waiting for 3 weeks! But now I know! Whoa, my man! Whoa! Calm down! You don't know what you're talking about. Sir, this is all just happening in your head. No one is trying to harm you. You need to calm down. In my head? But my door was open and my cat was gone. She wouldn't have left by herself. She's a cat. Of course she would. No, that's a lie! Wait, why am I here? I better go now. I can leave, right? What do I do? What do I do? That guy needs to go in the dungeon. I ain't giving him a second chance after that outburst. Goodness gravy. Wow. So, did you see that guy? Oh. What are you doing here with this brush? Mother made me sweep all the corridors. Why? What did you do this time? Nothing. Tell me what you did. Nothing, I swear. Your mother will tell me what you did if you won't. I had better start sweeping before she finds me. Well, I'll interrogate that later. Ugh. I will never finish here. Well, don't let it get so bad. You know, the castle's everybody's. The castle is everybody's responsibility. Peasant, my name is Olivia, Your Grace. I come from the forest. I am the leader of the cult of the trees in the western woods. I know I am probably not welcome here, but you are my last hope, Your Grace. I have asked all the neighboring villages for help, but they despise my god. In the middle of the forest, we have a sacred oak, and because of all the recent rains, the area around it has flooded. A stream of water keeps running all over its roots. We have tried stopping the water, but we don't have the appropriate tools. Our people need this tree to pray to, Your Grace. Without it, they are depressed and scared. I can't bear to see them so helpless. Please help us, Your Grace. Yeah, I can do that. A worshipping oak, though? Are you praying to a tree? Yes, Your Grace. It is the tree of the god of thunder, a symbol of love and life filled with healing powers. Nothing bad can happen to this tree, Your Grace. Please, I beg you. Yeah, have my general. We will organize someone to help you dig a ditch for the water to drain. You can find us in the western woodland, Your Grace. I'll send my dearest prayers for you, Your Grace. Thank you. You are welcome, and hopefully I can get a witch out of this. Peasant? Your Grace, a traveling merchant here. I'm selling exclusive wares if you're interested. Silk, perfumes, books, and decorations, whatever your royal soul might desire. Something tells me you might be interested in far more. Delicate merchandise, though. I have a knack for these things, am I right? Tell me more. I'm listening. Oh, how fantastic. I can see what's on your mind, my guy. You see, I have something very precious here. Satisfaction for the most disillusioned pleasure seekers. Some say it's a perfect cure for when you don't feel particularly inspired. Others may use it purely for recreation. It's very good generally if you're going through a bad spell, Your Grace. I have 1 pack of dust for just 7 pieces of gold. If you're tempted to grab another sack, I might throw it in for only 5 gold. That would only be 12 gold for 2 whole packs. Now, if that's not a deal worthy of your royal bottom, then I don't know what is. How about the dungeon? I won't allow oracle dust in Davern. Your Grace? But there's nothing wrong with selling a few packs of sugar dust. What other pleasures were you thinking about? Oracle dust? I've never heard of it. How dare you lie to your king? My guards will take care of you at the exit. Damn right. I hate having a war on drugs, but oh man, I can't deal with that right now. I think we should check in with Lurz, Your Grace. We might have done some tasks for him. We have done some tasks for him, so we might be ready for an alliance now. We shall? We shall. Sometimes lords are busy and you won't be able to invite them to your throne room. This will be shown with a red arrow next to their profile. Good to know. Yeah, I imagine that Ivo's quite occupied, but Ada? Curious. Well, in any event, we need lures. Let's get him here. And now, to go about. Bedchamber. Aurelia. Darling, I have a lead on the investigation. I found some clues that might lead us to the person who's behind Talistab. I guess I can't tell her about the rowan trees. Fair. What did Asalia do? You made her sweep all the corridors in the castle? This must have been serious. Oh, Eric, she's behaving worse and worse as she grows up. She convinced one of our servants to practice sword fighting with her. Oh, gods. It didn't end well. The servant ended up with a huge cut on his cheek. Hey, some cultures are fond of that. You shouldn't let her play with swords, Eric. I know I shouldn't have, but I still feel that if I said no, she'd still do it in secret. I know, Eric. We need to pay more attention to her, especially now Luli is not here. Actually, I'm on the other side. You should be playing with blunts. Absolutely no sharp swords for practice. What the fuck? But, you know, she needs to know. She must know. It's important. We need an heir, a daughter of Davern, to know her way around swords. We should just hire a tutor if it's really that big of a deal. Come now. Peasant. Your Grace, I can't bear this place. Please let me out. I didn't know Your Grace disapproves of the dust. I thought it was like any other consumable product. People get sick because of this stuff. Everyone who sells dust in Davern will be imprisoned. We'll stay here till Lord Lures arrives. Indeed, you shall. Now, I know there shouldn't be anything else going on around here, but I want to check anyway. Just in case. Sidani? Pet stabber. Do you mind if I pet him? Not at all, Your Grace. Just don't Ouch. Stab yourself. Can I pet him again? -1 HP. And again. Your Grace. I'm gonna pet Stabber. Do you mind if I pet him? Not at all, Grace. -1 HP. I appreciate that it lets me do this more and more and more. What's this? Ah, just the bench. Fair, fair. All is well, all is good in the hood. Actually, I should probably check that map. Let's see. Plocko. I appreciate that name. I guess nothing we can do there. And the money rolls in. That's a nice bump. I'm glad to see that. And with it, training grounds, just as we've been needing. I hope us tarrying on that didn't put us too far behind. Brevno, week 14. Soldier? What's happening? Your Grace. One of the nearby lords has committed suicide? I believe it was Pietro. Pietro was a lord? Okay. That's unfortunate. Can we invade? He jumped down from a bridge into the river. Some children found him floating past village. I guess I really should have imprisoned him. That's unfortunate. They got quite scared. He left this note. I am deeply sorry. His family know that they can count on us if they need anything. He didn't have anyone, Your Grace. Thank you for the information. Well, it's a note from Pietro. It reads, I don't know who it was that kept following me, and I cannot take living in fear anymore. I hope you are happy now that I am gone, whoever you are. That's terrible. I wish we could have helped him. I agree. Maybe the dungeon would have been the right move. Well, he did leave a kingdom. Whereabouts was he? I have a stables now, so that should maybe take off to him. Well, let's see what Sidani needs first. Your Grace? I come to you with a special request. To turn Stabber into a prince. I need to lift his curse. I've researched more into it. I bet you have, you darling little child. I think you're the youngest one of us who can read, Sidani. Well, I made Danica read it for me. I already love him as hard as I can. I squish and tickle his tummy all the time. But now I need to make him rich. Your Grace, may I please request 1 piece of gold? I'll pay it back, I promise. A piece of gold to make the hedgehog rich. Absolutely! Here you go. It's but 1 gold. Thank you, Father. Your efforts will not be forgotten. I also need to find a black rooster with a saddle. Do you know where I could find one? Oh, my silly pickle. I honestly don't know. That's fine, my king. I shall find one myself. Pigeon. The craft will flourish, no man can stop. In the middle of night we shall meet, for the dust spreads fastest in the sandstorm. I really hope that's from the witches, but I see that it's decorated on the edges. Huh. Ominous. Can you make any sense out of it, Audrey? I'm afraid just as much as you, Your Grace. Something tells me it's to do with oracle dust, though. We should pass on this letter to either Lures or Eaton. It's your call, Your Grace. Yeah, I think I will. Good thing Lures is here. You have called for me, Your Grace. I have done your tasks. I have done as you asked. Wonderful! You have stopped the growth of Eaton's business. Oracle dust will still be about, but we definitely helped reduce its spread. Unfortunately, there is a small problem in the way. With Eaton not buying my spices, others have turned their backs on me as well. I can hardly make a coin now. That's why I had to start trading with Redovians. Lures, my man? That is treason! You are directly helping our enemy! By making their soup spicier? Your Grace, let's not worry so much. If anything, I'm stealing their gold. Yeah, but you have a business relationship now. That's conflict of interest, you know? Come on now. I imagine they're not exactly aware I'm their enemy. Your Grace, the bottom line is, I need gold. Otherwise I won't be able to sustain my armies. The only other option I see is if you bought the spices from me. I will need monthly installments, though. I need to keep my businesses running, or else I must wrap it all up. If you don't like any of those options, then I suppose we need to part ways. 3 gold a week. Spices are a commodity. Commodities can sell. It might increase the happiness of our population by making their soup spicier, as Lures says. And we gain, perhaps a potent ally who is pragmatic and will give us the army he's demanded. Fine. But you will have to cut the Redovians off from their supplies. This will hopefully lower their morale. Ah, very well. I will set up all the necessary trade routes. This secret message is for you. I found this message. Hey, 200 army! I'll happily have that. I found this message. Ah, perfect. I just hand you a roll of paper, I guess. Fine. As you wish, Your Grace. Audrey? This alliance gives us many benefits, Your Grace. We should expect an increase to our income at the end of the week. Well, that certainly offsets things. Especially considering I'll have to pay for much greater of an army by this point. How does that do for us? What would you like to know about, Your Grace? Is our army ready? We are in a difficult situation. We cannot be sure if Ivo will support us with his army. We need to focus on making as many lords our allies as possible. Our scouts reported that we would need a battalion of at least 1,000 soldiers. Okay. 1,000... fair enough. We can do that. Probably. Hopefully. With any luck. When you make an alliance, an ally's name will turn green, but when you upset some lords, their name will appear in red. This usually means you can't ally with them anymore. Fine. Get bent, Eaton. It's a trade worth taking. And let's see, we have appealed to the less prestigious of the lords so far, so let's keep on with that. Masha. Masha. With hope and good fortune. Nothing in the gardens? No, Asalia's back here. Yes, father. Stay safe, of course. Wait. Hang on. Yes, father. Stay safe. Don't do anything silly, Asalia. Do I ever? I know that it flows with the narrative, but between stay safe and do I ever, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. And I got a pet. The Stabber! Once more. At least once. Minus 1 HP. In weekend, things are looking up and up and up. I'm happy for that. We're getting quite the surplus of supplies as well, and our gold ain't looking too bad either, honestly. Especially in the face of having to pay 11 supplies for our increasingly large army. Not bad at all. Crypto, week 15. General, your grace, I have helped the strange tree-loving people. I gathered a few of my men and we dug a neat ditch away from the tree. The people accommodated us very nicely, and they were very grateful for our help. I bet they were. Pigeon? Dear Eric, I hear that I'm already too late to marry your daughter. We had some struggles, but we will be ready within 14 weeks. I believe we can explore other options, and I hope that you will keep to your promise. Bayron, the king of Redovia. They know, and they will come to get another daughter. 14 weeks? It's too soon. We need to gather an army. We need to make alliances and hope Eva will help us. 14. Oh. At least that didn't take a week away. You're awake. You gave us all a big fright indeed. I had a strange dream. Redovia threatened that they would take our daughters. Telos was dead, and we had no army to defend ourselves against Redovia. And if that wasn't enough, they claimed to only be 14 weeks' travel away. You may want to stay in bed. That was not a dream. Audrey showed me the letter. It does seem that Redovia is after our daughters. The doctors say you're worrying too much. If you were younger, it wouldn't be too much of a concern. But at your age, you're more prone to the effects. You need to take care of yourself. How can I do that? We have to prepare for the battle. We have no army. Yes, that we must, but you need to keep calm. Everything will be fine. Go on now. You still have work left to do. You're right. I'd better get on with things. Eric's gonna end himself with an aneurysm at this rate. Darling? Nothing further on the investigation, unfortunately. That's not good. Audrey? Your Grace, I hope you are fine. Feeling a little better, yes. Did anything happen while I was gone? No, everything's the same. About the letter. We need to focus on gathering as many allies as possible in the next weeks. Invite lords and see how we can make alliances with them. While we are doing that, we should also focus on the evidence items for the royal trial. Question lords and see if any of these things lead us to the killer. I don't mean to cause you stress, but we only have 14 weeks. Of course, I agree. We shouldn't get distracted with petty matters. Let's get to it. Let's hope. Masha? Jonas, that buffoon with the stupid red gloves. Lend me some gold, and I will pay you back in a week, he said. I'll break his legs if I see him. Your Grace, I lent this fellow 28 gold. He said he would pay me back with interest. I know the type. Now I hear he's off to Caladur, the other end of the world, probably enjoying hot sunshine in Caladi's brothels. Meanwhile, I'm stuck here in this rat hole with no wages to pay my men. I've got until the evening to pay them, otherwise they'll leave. Where the hell will I find a new crew then? I need this money for only 2 weeks. I should be able to make it up to you after that. So you want gold. I don't have 28 gold, I'm sorry. I don't think I can help. Besides, if I lend you the money, I'll probably end up the same way you have. I hope you find this fellow. In that case, I'm sorry to bother you, Your Grace. I guess not everyone is as naive as I was. Gods, Jonas made a real fool out of me. Peasant? Your Grace! You again. May I have your audience, please? I went to do some fishing, like I always do, Your Grace. But as foolish as I am, I fell asleep, yes. Stupid Stefan. I always have to mess everything up. Anyway, someone took my fishing rod, and now I have nothing. 'Tis the only thing I had left after my wife died. Oh, my sweet Anna. If she saw what a mess I am, she'd put me right into my place. It's all my fault, Your Grace. I only wanted me and her and the kids to have a good time. So I took everybody out on my boat. And then the storm came. And it just flipped the boat upside down. I swear I didn't know, Your Grace. When I woke up on the shore, they were all gone. So I wait every day, and I fish to pass time. But now I don't even have my rod. Please, Your Grace, spare the old man. If I could ask for a piece of gold, I swear I'll buy a fishing rod and nothing else. Yeah, I can do that. Fine, here's 1 gold. Buy the fishing rod, but don't lose it again. It'll get easier. You should try to sell some of the fish on the market, to keep your mind off things. Thank you, Your Grace. I am forever grateful. That was actually quite a melancholy bit of, wholesomeness there. Out of that guy, of all things, I didn't see that coming, but I guess, yes, Your Grace does contain multitudes. The tonal shifts and the difference in the interactions you can govern, I must say, is quite impressive. Lady Ada? Your Grace, it is nice to see you again. I bring you some news. I heard you were selling some paintings to Lord Vesemary. Ah-ha-ha! Glad that I held on to that. He was bragging about doing some deal with you. Yes, he visited me. I'm not sure what your stance on this is, but I just wanted to let you know Lord Vesemary is no art collector. He's an artist, and an egomaniac. He buys these beautiful artworks and burns them. Nietzsche's rolling in his grave! It's a great shame because they are very valuable, and these artists definitely deserve recognition. But he believes only his artwork is true art. I suppose just bear in mind that if you give him a painting, it'll be burned. Of course, thank you for letting me know. I must talk to him about it. Hello! Your Grace, I have come to tell you the water from the oak has cleared. Our people hadn't prayed or confessed in weeks. Oh, they're so happy now. I brought you something small as a gift. It's a bouquet made of the oak's fallen leaves. I saved them from last year. It will bring luck and love to your throne room. Well, thank you, I think. I hope it really does. Just leave it by the window. I will. The oak bouquet is supposed to bring me luck. I hope it does. I truly hope it does. Hey there, merchant. Your Grace. I bring you a special thing of magical splendor. It is only worthy of a royal. No one else deserves this magnificent being. Your Grace, I present to you my magical cock! Well, tell me all about your magical cock! Ah, a black rooster. Don't let your eyes fool you. This ain't a regular cock, Your Grace, capital C. This cock has been enchanted. I can tell a lie from the truth, Your Grace, and when it senses a lie, it will voice its disapproval. I believe it would be a real asset to your throne room. It will help you lead better than any advisor. See, I am no liar. The cock stayed quiet. How can I be sure this thing works? Try it yourself, your grace. Tell a lie or truth. Let's try a lie. My name is Audrey the Fourth. I am Audrey the Fourth, and it's my real birth name. See? I wasn't lying, your grace. So how much do you want for this thing? Only 18 gold, your grace. This is a very good price for a lie detector. How about 16 gold, huh? I don't know if this thing will work, but my daughter would be quite happy with it. Fine, your grace. Just make sure she doesn't lose it. Let me just set it all up. Well, today is a day for decor. Very well. All set. Take care, your grace. Sidoni's gonna love this. I should go find her later. I will. I shall. Corka, it says to me. Alright. Well, now we have a lie detector in the form of an avian. I'll take it. Sidoni. Guess what I got? Your grace. Come and see me in the throne room. I have something to show you. You're going to love it. Just let me finish feeding Stabber, father. I'll come later. Fine, silly pickle. I'll wait for you in the throne room. Oh me, oh my, oh my, oh me. Alright. Well, I guess that'll be at the start of the next week. Do we have... Yes, our pigeon. So I guess... time to speak with Grego again. As our army grows, our supplies dwindle, and we attempt to gain some gold. General, explore up in Tilka. Why don't you? Alright. Not bad. 9 gold, 37 supplies, and some prestige from our training grounds. Or I suppose that ought be our soldiery, rather. Not bad at all. Very good. And on to week 16. General? An old lady in the nearby forest needed help with wolves that kept stealing her chickens. I have quickly dealt with them, your grace. She gave me some supplies in return. How about that? All right. I know we have some very pressing issues now, but considering last week's incident, perhaps we should think about securing an heir, your grace. Years are passing by, and none of us are getting any younger. If you don't have a rightful heir, Ivo will be next in line. He's not a bad person, but it's unlikely. He's not a bad person, but it's likely Davern would just become a part of Atana. Ivo isn't a bad choice. We are working on it. I would like to keep Davern sovereign. Rest assured, Aurelia and I are working on an heir. At this age, it's not so easy anymore. Of course, 3 daughters is already plenty, your grace. Let me worry about this once we have dealt with Redovia. Let's hope. Magical Rooster? Alright, Grego. Your grace. Guy, I heard what you need those paintings for. Lady Ada told me what you were doing with those paintings. You lied to me. You're not a collector. Eric, I can explain. These works people buy are not true art. They're nothing but fraud. These paintings do not reflect the true nature of the subject. They have been painted without a reference. Artists call them impressionist. In reality, they just can't paint. My artwork shows each subject in their purest state. These artists only exaggerate features to make them look better. It devalues my work, so I just dispose of the paintings. I pay for the paintings so I can do whatever I wish with them. I choose to burn them, so what? It harms no one. You are disrespecting other artists. You can't burn other artists' work. Besides, I don't see how that's helping you in any way. Your Grace, I think perhaps we should let this slide. Let's not forget Grego is our ally. I can do whatever I want with the things I buy. And if I buy them from people and get rid of them, then there is less and less of that fraud around us. If influential people only own true artwork, then others will also only buy true artwork. Eventually, no one will buy from these artists and they'll buy my paintings instead. Ah, I see. I suppose you can do whatever you want. Just don't get me involved in this. That's all. I think that is all. Thank you for visiting. Goodbye, Your Grace. Merchant? Your Grace, I come from the tavern. The business was going so well, but lately I've had some troubles, and it's all getting out of hand. The tavern became a great place for everyone to gather and have a good time, but some local panders saw an opportunity to use this place to find customers. At first it was fine, just some girls lurking around every now and then. Now the tavern has turned into a brothel. People are only visiting for the girls. Although my sales have gone through the roof, I've got to say, it attracts customers, but the panders essentially took over my tavern. And they cause all sorts of trouble, as you can imagine, Your Grace. Almost every week I have to deal with these disrespectful, violent men. I'm scared they will soon take over the tavern completely and leave me with nothing. On the other hand, if I kick them out, they will just relocate to another pub. I'll lose all my customers and will have to close down. We could kick them out and they would go elsewhere. We could keep getting extra money. I could just refuse help. I have no issue with the brothelhood. It is what it is. Though they could do with some regulation. Not that that's per se an option. And we do need the money. But if we lose the tavern altogether, then no money comes out of it at all. My investment is a waste. I guess we have to get rid of the panders. You should protect your tavern before they take it over. I imagine this will only get worse. You'll rebuild your business in no time, I'm sure. Good call, Your Grace. But how can I? I'm only a weak man. I have bodyguards who can take me out with one punch. Perhaps if you could send a general for a few weeks to help out. Now I can do that. I'll send a general. Make sure they don't... He will make sure they don't bother you anymore. Thank you, Your Grace. Your Grace, you shouldn't expect your share of the income for some time. I'm expecting the income to drop significantly. A little now for a little later, I guess. Peasant? Your Grace, I come to you with a personal matter. And I think a bird on your shoulder? Okay. You see, I have lost my only and beloved pig. She means the world to me. I have heard you pay gold for the ones that we have lost. Is there a chance that you could help? What would my general do to your pig? Like, I got 9 gold, I ain't got none to spare, I'm sorry, my man. Don't bother me with such petty matters. Your Grace, this pig was like a son to me. Please! Fine? Let this be your way. No, I've changed my mind. Actually, I can't help you. I was hoping there would be a third option that crops up, but I suppose not. Oh, why get my hopes up then? Kings and their mood swings. Unbelievable. At least that didn't knock general public pleasure down. Peasant? Your Grace, our village was on fire last week, and you helped us. We have found assistance just in time. The chapel started to catch fire, but we managed to save it. I just wanted to bring you the greatest of blessings, Your Grace. We are forever in your debt. Coca! Oh. Oh. You lie? I'm happy to hear this. I hope the rest of the village is restored soon. We're working on it, Your Grace. Thank you again. I'm watching you. I'm watching. Don't lie to me. Banker. I hear that your treasury isn't in the best shape, yeah. Tell me again how this works. I might be interested. How does this all work again? We understand that sometimes it's hard to be a king, and we want to help to do our best. We offer quick and easy solutions to give you a surge of gold or supplies, whichever you may be in need of. Our exclusive package offers 50 gold or supplies instantly available for your use. The bank only adds a small fee of 10 gold or supplies depending on the type of loan. It's paid off in weekly amounts of 10 until you pay off your debt, your grace. We won't charge you any additional cost. Oh, last thing to note. We only do one type of loan at a time. So if you want to borrow gold, we can't lend you supplies until the first loan is repaid, and vice versa. And remember, the first loan is free of charge. Just pay back what you take. I'll do that. I think I will. Let's get some leverage up in here. Why not? We can offer 50 gold, repayable over 5 weeks. Remember, the first loan is free of charge. I'll take it. Perfect. Anything else, Your Grace? Not for now. Thessalia? Father, I was wondering if we could practice the sword fighting again, perhaps later in the gardens. You said we could do this again, Father. Very well. I'd better keep to my promise then. Go on. You can warm up without me. I will catch you in just a bit. Great. I will see you in the gardens. Off she goes. I'd better check up on her. Stunning. A rooster? Coca! He's black! Oh gosh! You are the bestest father in the world! Coca! Oh boy, you are so beautiful. Hey, don't shit on me, rooster. I'm trying my best here, my guy. I'm trying my best. Oh boy, you are so beautiful. The stabber is going to adore you. Thank you, Your Grace. Take good care of him, silly pickle. I love you, Father. Well, there goes my lying detector, but she'll be happy at least. And that's worth 1,000,000 gold. Oh, bless her. Bless her indeed. Nope. To the... Away! Thank you. And... Aurelia, can we get anywhere or talk anymore? Nope, okay. We gotta try for that air. That's a topic that needs to be discussed, like, as soon as possible. Sidani? Your Grace? How's your mission? Did you turn Stabber into a prince yet? No, not yet, Your Grace. He loves his rooster, I think. Although, he doesn't really want to ride it. I think we need to make Stabber help... I think we may need to make Stabber help me in some way, so I owe him a promise. I know what I can do. Send him on a mission. Just don't do anything silly, silly pickle. And don't hurt yourself. Yes, Your Grace. And pet him again, of course. Just don't... Ouch! Stab yourself. Ever the charming. Another one joins us. Yes, Father. Who's this? I see you already found someone to practice with. Well, I'm not going to wait for you all day, am I? I haven't seen you before. Who are you? This is Maya. Remember when I sneaked out to the wedding party? The one you were not supposed to go to? Well, yes. Anyway, that's when I met Maya. We had fun at the wedding. I thought it would be nice if she came to visit. Your Grace? See, I can never get her. I wanted to ask about Sidani. Looking at you two, I think I know why Sidani wants to stab people. Is there any chance that you talked her into it? Oh, so you've heard about the Stabber! Don't look at me. Sidani came up with the name. Sidani really wanted to practice with us, but to talk her out of it, we had to come up with something else she could do. You should be happy she's not running around with a real sword, Father. She is a firebrand. I hope she plays a very big part in the upcoming story. This is gonna be interesting. You're good with the sword. Who taught you to fight like this, Maya? My father is a swordsman. He showed me a few tricks. And he lets you play with swords? Maya says you need to be ready when the enemy strikes. Damn right! Speak the word. And you never know when they will strike. Ha! That's what my father says. Your accent. I can't quite place your accent. You're not from around here, are you? My parents are from Moravia. We're passing by and stopped in the capital for a couple of weeks. That's awfully far from here. Where are your parents now? They have business in the market. They let me venture around. Yes, they're traveling merchants. Sort of. Maya was just showing me some fancy sword tricks she learned on their journeys. Interesting. A tradesman who knows how to fight. I would love to meet your parents one day. Tell them they have my invitation. Thank you, Your Grace. I will be happy. I will pass on the invitation. I'm sure they'll be happy to visit. My pleasure. With those red boots, I'm concerned that you're actually Radovian, but you're friends with my daughter, I'll let it slide. I will leave you to it. Just don't come screaming if you cut your fingers off. Thank you, Father, we won't. You say as you swing around sharp swords. Don't make promises you can't live up to, I guess. We'll see, we'll see. Actually, I should probably... Ah, yes. Good. I'm glad it stopped me. Let's talk to some of the bigger ones, you know, about Lena. And I guess I should take a look around further. I haven't bumped around the castle wall in a while. I don't expect anything significant, but we'll see. We will see. And not a thing. Door, please. But such as it is. On to the next week. We gain more army, now we're at 400. Not enough, but better than nothing. That's actually pretty good income, too. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. Grevno, week 17. And a letter? Dear King of Davern, the western woods near Branca are not uninvolved in your troubles. An uncommon object can lead you to the center. Be quick. Yours sincerely. Western woods near Branca. This letter has no seal. What do you think of this, Audrey? Whoever sent this letter must have gone to great lengths to pay a scribe to write it. This must be important. You'd better send a general to these woods to see what the matter is. I have marked this location on the map for you, Your Grace. We shall. But before we dispatch with him, Lady Lena, a pleasure to meet you, Your Grace. And my biggest condolences about Dallas. Although I didn't like him at all. Anyways, Lurs has explained your situation to me. I believe I can help. For something in return, of course. You see, I have something I want to give my son. Someone, actually. I would like your daughter, Asalia, to marry him. Another marriage. I believe this would greatly strengthen our relationship for years to come, and as a start, I would lend you my army. 300 fully equipped and trained soldiers, all ready to stand against Redovia. Along with the men, 4 gold and 5 supplies. So, what do you say? Let me think about it. I will need some time to think this through. Of course, darling. Take as much time as you like. Just remember that Redovia won't be waiting for you to get ready. Oh, you're a suspect one as well. I don't know how to feel about that. Merchant. Your Grace, Jonas Pirik here, traveling merchant. I have a unique collectible item for you. A set of cards! But before you send me away, let me show you. You see, every card is depicted with an illustration of beautiful, exotic women. I understand that the Queen may not approve of them, but she doesn't have to know. You are proposing something not appreciable, my friend. Only 12 gold. Jonas, is it? I recognize your name. Jonas? Yes, at your service. Why do you ask? You're going in the slammer, buddy-o, and I am trading you in for an army. Into the prison with you! I thought I recognized those gloves. You're going to my dungeons, I think I know someone who wants to talk to you. This is a misunderstanding. My name is Jotun. Yes, Jotun, not Jonas. We should probably invite Lady Masha to tell her we found her lost friend. Yeah. Yeah, Audrey. Cashing in. Your Grace, I wanted to see you about my missing potatoes. Someone must have stolen them, and I think I know who it was. But they say only one request per visit. And it seems like I have a much bigger problem now. I come from afar, and by the time I arrived, I was very tired. I wanted to get some rest, and I sat on one of the fine chairs in the hall. I know I shouldn't have, but the gods have punished me already. I sat down on some living pincushion, it would seem. It squeaked, and I jumped up right away. When I stood up, my bottom was all covered in spikes. And not only that, but I feel very ill. Weak, even. I fear the chair creature has poisoned me. What can I do? The stabber. The stabber?! Oh no, that sounds very serious. I'm not sure what we can do here. I think I might have something that will help. Name's Alina, Your Grace. I know about brewing potions. I can help with magical anomalies, diseases. I dabble in wound healing also. A witch? Aye, some may call me that. Although I prefer to see myself as just a well-read woman. As you should. At your service. We could definitely use someone like this to help out our people, Your Grace. They would be a great addition to our roster of agents. What's the catch? What do you hope to gain from this? Ah, of course. There's always something people want in return, right? I'm a simple woman. All I need is a roof over my head and something to eat. In return, I am willing to lend your kingdom my aid in any supernatural problems. I just want to help people. Thank you. Welcome to our castle in that case. It's my honor, Your Grace. I will also be able to help you during the battle if you need me. Sadani won't be happy about the stabber. I'd better let her know. I'll see if you have any useful books in the council chamber, Your Grace. Very well. You will be able to see the expenses for the witch in the weekly summary, Your Grace. We can just pay her whenever we need her. That's great. Then I will happily keep her well paid. Peasant? Your Grace, Pindle, our village, has been raided. They were men dressed in red and black with a beast's head pierced by a spear on their banners. That's a Radovian army for certain, Your Grace. This means they are getting closer to us. Or perhaps they're just teasing us. Teasing? People being killed, maimed, and enslaved is just teasing? Your Grace, it didn't look like an entire battalion. It must have just been a small squad. Send us your men, we can fight back! You're clearly emotional, but we have to look at the bigger picture here. If we fight them off, they will certainly get angry and fight back with more force. We don't want to start the battle early, and tolerating their attacks may encourage them to carry out more. Your Grace, we have to do something about this. We can't just let them trample our lands. You're right. And to that end, the General goes. If we had one available. But we'll hand you supplies in the meantime. If I send supplies your way, at least the rest of you who have survived can move out of the village, come closer to the castle. These are difficult times. You need to stay out of sight. Don't go outside after dark, and have someone patrolling the area at all times. Is that all, Your Grace? We're just told to let them do whatever they want and run away from them? That's nonsense. It's for the best, believe me. Fine, Your Grace. We will relocate as close as possible to the castle. We shall try. Your Grace, we hear of the upcoming battle. That's a perfect time for us to gain some coin, and an opportunity for you to get some help. We're mercenaries, 22 skilled men at your disposal for only 16 skilled gold. For 16 gold. What do you say? No. 22 men is not a fair trade, I'm sorry. I'm not interested in your offer. Fine. We'll be back in 2 weeks. Maybe you will change your mind by then, or get our gold ready. We'll see. We shall see. But to the gardens first. Salia, we gotta talk. Yes, father. Lady Lena visited me. Do you remember Lady Lena? She was at your sister's wedding. Yes, why are you telling me this? Well, she asked me if you would like to marry her son. But before you throw a tantrum, know that I haven't given her the decision yet. Oh, I see. I guess I won't have much to say in this matter anyway. Well, I don't know. What do you think? I don't even know him. Do you think I want to marry a stranger? Is there anyone that you know and would want to marry? No. We need to find you someone sooner or later. You know how this works. I know. I just don't think I'm ready for this. No one is ever ready for this, as... Yeah. Well, Maya, thank you for letting me visit your grace. Hate to break the news like that. I really do. But in the council chamber anyway. Ah, Helena. Your grace, how can I help? That's all! May the spirits guide you. Let's hope that they do. But I do need to speak with Sidani, I can't forget. The stabber, after all. I bring news about your hedgehog. Sidani, your hedgehog passed away. The stabber? Oh no! This is all my fault! I shouldn't have sent him on the mission! I knew he wasn't ready! Tell me! Did he complete his mission, at least? His final quest? Mission? What mission? Sidani, did you send a hedgehog on a mission? Yes, an undercover mission! He was meant to scout the area, retrieve information, and return to me. This way, if he helped me, I would owe him a promise, like in the story, Father. You can't send hedgehogs on missions. They can hardly follow any instructions. That's why they're good. No one suspects a hedgehog. Especially if they're named the Stabber. How else was he supposed to help me? Please don't do this again. Please don't send any more hedgehogs on missions. The last one stabbed a peasant and I had to deal with it. But I was so close to turning him into a prince. Now Lord Sulia will never come back. Well, I suppose you're right. Forgive me, Your Grace. Nothing is as elegant, as fearless as a cat, as dusty. Truer words never spoken from youth. Next time I will find a fiercer agent. I will train him, and he will be at my command! The Stabber's efforts were not in vain! She is a villain in the making. And I love it. I cannot applaud more. Oh, Sidani, my silly pickle. Goodness me. And what of the bedchamber? Darling? I don't think there's anything new as to the investigation. I didn't think so. What do you think about finding Salia a prince? Lady Lena came to me with a proposition. Salia? She's still young. I thought we wouldn't have to think about it until after the battle. I know. I really wasn't sure what to tell her. She was offering her support in the battle if we agree. We need as much help as we can get, but I don't want to let Salia go yet. I'll leave this decision up to you, sweetheart. Even for the hope of 300 men, with only 400 so far, I can't pass up the chance. Even the hope is worth trying. I think we should have the wedding. This marriage would secure more men for our army. Otherwise, I don't know how we're going to deal with Radovia. I'm still not sure if I can provide my innocence to Ivo. The royal trial is very close. I know, sweetheart. I'm doing my best. I'll invite Lady Lena to let her know what my decision is. Fine. I'll stay here. And in the dungeon, you merchant, you've made a mistake! I have done nothing wrong! You've stolen gold from Lady Masha. This is unacceptable. She will decide what to do with you. I'd better not see you selling in Davern again. But, Your Grace, I really didn't mean anything bad. Please forgive me. Yeah. Tell that to your jail cell as you were in debtor's prison. Sorry, bub. I didn't mean anything by it. I just stole a massive fistful of gold. Ain't no thing but a chicken wang. Yeah, right. Let's see what she has to say about that. Yes, I need to dispatch with my agents to the hidden hut, the witch, and on and on. And, middling returns for the costs. Wow, she costs a lot. I thought she only wanted supplies. Well, we at least ought to prepare her with surplus while we have it. Save and continue. And I think this will perhaps be the last week before we duck out for the day. General, Your Grace, I have helped the tavern owner get rid of the panders. I don't know what was cooking up there, but it was a right mess when we arrived. I'm glad you managed to put an end to it. It's the right choice. And good. Alina? Your Grace, the wooden hut in the forest appeared to be some sort of kitchen for preparing spices. It was abandoned. We searched the place and found this file hidden under the flooring. Did you find anything else? No, Your Grace. The place was empty apart from lots of dried rosemary. Thank you. A file? There seems to be a substance inside. If this is what poisoned Tal is... Aha! I'd better leave it be. What about this vial? Masha? You have called for me. Guess who's in my dungeons? Guess who's waiting for you in my dungeons? Oh, you got that little weasel, didn't you? Here's some extra gold for your trouble. Bless! Thank you, Your Grace. Alright. Happily. And men on the side? Yeah! Alright. Merchant? Your Grace, the General helped to throw the panders out of my tavern. I must say, it was very handy. The men and the ladies have moved to another inn down the village. I have lost most of my customers, so it's going to be a while before I start making any profits again. That's fine. I wish you good luck in rebuilding your business. And please don't allow this to happen again. Of course, Your Grace. Better a loss now for gain later. Peasant? Your Grace? We don't know how this happened. The creature, the witch from the forest. She escaped, Your Grace. Someone opened her doors. Idiot! Some fool was brave enough to seek the eternal wisdom. We all knew the eternal wisdom is just a hoax. We knew she's nothing but an old hag. But some young boy, he fell for the tale. And now, Babushka is out of the woods. Babushka? Your Grace, you don't know Babushka? She's, well, a witch, an old hag, older than anyone knows. She's been around forever. She's short and crooked. Her bony legs barely support layers of her old wrinkly skin. She has a long, hooked nose. Her nostril hairs are so long they hang down to her breasts. She wears a snakeskin coat and a scarf around her head, the tiny bones attached carefully to each strand. As she walks, the bones clatter against one another. Clickety-clock, clickety-clock. She lives in the woods, although no one has seen her for many years. The legend has it, she used to eat. She used to lure children into the forest to eat them. But some legends also say she gives eternal wisdom to whom is brave enough to look in her eyes. Well, what can I do about this? I'm not sure, Your Grace. In the village, she transcribed these words on our doors. Turn your back to the forest. Turn your front to me. She also leaves old chicken legs on our doorsteps. We're afraid she's going to come for our children. Every night someone hears the clicking. She might be preparing a spell of some kind. I don't want to spare the gold. We're hemorrhaging as is. But if there is real spellcraft in this setting, take the gold and hire someone. This should be enough to pay someone to go on watch overnight. No one is going to want to do this, Your Grace. Everyone is terrified. Look in other villages. I'm sure you can find a Starker. I hope so. Peasant? Your Grace, more and more people gather to pray. We can't fit everyone in a barn no more. We wanted to build a new shrine, but we need to help inviting holy spirits to the place. We will be in the favor of the gods. The fields will be more fertile, the monsters will be kept at bay, and the evil spirits will avoid our village. If you can, aid us with the court witch and some gold to pay for the materials. People will be forever grateful. We need a rally. Our people's faith is important to us. Here's the gold you need. Make it the biggest shrine in Davern. This is very generous, Your Grace. You are a good man. The gods will reward you someday, and if they don't, the happiness of the people will. A worthy trade. Now let's speak to our allies now. Now who? Lena. I'll try speaking to Asalia one last time to see if any new developments happen. Then I'll send for her. Aurelia? Darling, I have a lead on the investigation. I have found some clues that might lead us to the person who's behind Talus' death. What have you found? The file. A letter arrived, suggesting something suspicious happening near Branca. I've had a general explore the location, and he found this file. The substance inside could be what poisoned Talus. Its ingredients could lead us to the killer. Perhaps take this file to a court witch. See what she can tell us about it. That's a good idea. I think I've seen her in the council chamber. That's all. I hope she's still there. I hope. She is. Lucky that. I have got this file. We found this thing. It could be connected to Talus somehow. There appears to be a residue inside. Can you check if this residue matches the poison from Talus' wine? It might be difficult, but I'll try to determine the ingredients used in both samples. It will take some time, though. Take as much time as you need. Let me just get a smear of this. Come and see me in the throne room when you find anything out. Of course, Your Grace. That is all. I'm glad that whatever the case, we get to use our witch twice. But it wasn't marked with a gem, which is curious. Nothing new from Asalia or Maya. I hope Maya's parents come soon. We need all the help we can get. Anything new from you? Yeah, I didn't think so. Well, I guess it's time to go all in. I hate to do it. Ah, yes. We should perhaps start nearest. Luba. Oh. At least we didn't run negative on our gold. We continue to gain in supplies. Not the worst. Huh, and we don't have to pay the witch. The one saving grace. The bills rise. But at least once we're done paying back our loan, that should be swift enough. General, Your Grace, a nearby river has dried up. The residents have been carrying water to their homes from a lake for days. I helped them with my horse, and now they have extra water saved for a few days. I made sure they knew it was thanks to the cape. Good. And a welcome reprieve. Lady Lena, you have called for me, Your Grace. I think I've already asked about all these. How about it again now? I ask about the animal tooth, and she tells me. I have seen something like this before. It's a charm necklace. It's an expensive thing. The bigger the tooth is, the more dangerous daemons it can protect you from. I have a small one as well, you know, just in case. Many soldiers wear these as a sign of their strength, especially if they had tamed the tooth themselves by defeating a monster. It brings them luck in battle. Where did you get yours from? It's a wedding gift from my father. Thank you, Lady Lena. And this letter. Take a look at this letter. It has beautiful drawings of flowers all around it. Do you know anything about it? Flowers? There are lords in my area that decorate their letters with flowers. That decorate their letters sometimes. Do you have your letters decorated too? Sometimes we do, Your Grace. But only very important letters, like wedding invitations. What do you usually decorate the letters with? Roses. We always have roses. It's a symbol of love, after all. And about this file. I have found this near Bronca. Can you tell me anything about it? It looks like a potion file. I don't know much about potions myself. Well, you've certainly been of aid anyhow. But the marriage. Have you reconsidered my offer, Your Grace? Yes. I think the marriage is a good idea. I've heard wonderful things about your boy, and I'm sure Asalia will be delighted to be his wife. Also, we could definitely make use of your army. Oh, that's most wonderful. The day we defeat Radovia is the day we celebrate. Closer. Closer. 850 army. At what cost? Lady Illida. Rumors spread fast, Your Grace. I've heard what's coming from behind the mountains. I can help. I want to. However, there's a small catch, as you probably anticipated. These times aren't easy for any of us, and so I have a favor to ask. A delicate matter, actually. It seems to me that you don't know of the curse that plagues Lena's family. Curse? What curse? They say that if her son does not participate in the act of marriage before his 20th spring, he will fall asleep and never wake up. Can this curse be lifted? There is. That's why Lena is desperately looking for someone to marry her son, to lift the bane. The problem is, you can't completely get rid of it. If her son gets married, it is said that the spell will move on to the bride, and she will die the following night. Are you willing to risk this? Well, let's hope the witch can help. Thank you for the warning. You are most welcome. I would strongly reconsider Asalia's marriage arrangement, though. I will consider your advice, be sure. Peasant. Your Grace, I'm a sorcerer from the market. Your petitioners often visit me, if you refuse to help them. I aid as many people as I can for very little in return. It's often not enough to cover all the ingredients I need for potions. As it stands, I'm out of most of my ingredients at the moment, and the queue to my place isn't any shorter than yours. Would you please be able to help out with some extra gold? No, sorry. I really appreciate your helping our people, but we don't have enough resources to help you. No wonder there are so many sick people in Davern if the king does not prioritize healthcare. Your queue isn't even half as big as mine. Torlando? Ahem! To you I come, a truly humble kind. I hope I find you well, in good shape in mind. Your Grace, this is Torlando, a writer known across many halls and taverns. Excuse me, not just Torlando. I am Torlando the Wonderful. Writer and poet recognized in all kingdoms, experiencing the artistic renaissance, the popularity of whom is discussed in kingdoms as stagnant growth, including Yeles, Caladur, Baravia, and Radovia, of which I will remain silent for the known reasons. Very well, what can I do for you? Your Grace, if I may. I am working on my latest release on SoundCloud, but I have no clue how to finish this piece. It's a story about royal intrigues, oaths of the past, foolish peasants, and passionate lust. May I honor you with my latest work? Yeah! Hit me! I'm open to art of all kinds. The poem is, for now, entitled Kupalnoka. The moon shines so bright, high up in the sky. Kupala night is upon us. Laughter and music can be heard outside, but the Laughter and music can be heard outside, but the weary knight may not rest. Inside the castle, there's no frivolous joy. The fatal matter must be solved. The night is short this time of year, so let's make the best of it while we can. Fire, pleasure, and delight will rule this night. Wonderful, fantastic, bravo! Thank you, Your Grace. Sorry. Thank you, Your Grace. Although I am not surprised that you find this so delightful, the problem is I cannot continue. I have hit a wall, and I cannot write at all. I am desperate for some true inspiration. I strongly believe that seeing your general patrolling would get my creative juices rolling. I see what you're about. Understandable. Therefore, I beg of you, please, allow your general to join me to get out of this squeeze. Someone's out for a squeeze. Why not? You know, I'm sure Stin would appreciate some flamboyant company. Let's give the man some leisure. That is absolutely fantastic. You will not be disappointed, for I shall bring you a classic. I just cannot get over that. The Torlando the Wonderful. Your Grace, part of our village was flooded. Luckily, no one got hurt, but our homes were devastated. We could use some gold to buy resources to rebuild our houses. I ain't got it. So, sorry. I'm afraid my revenue stream is a little dry right now. However, I'm sure your neighbors will bail you out if you just ask around. I see. I suppose we might get help from the others. Not from my coffers, unfortunately. Man, if I could give it, I would. Well, to the gardens, then. Time to break the dire news. Yes, father? You will marry Lena's son. Salvia, I am very sorry. I have no other choice. Lady Lena is preparing the wedding after our battle. I knew it! I knew you'd send me off as soon as Lucilia was gone. I don't know why I hoped it would be different with me. How could I ever be happy with someone I don't even know? Az, I hate you. Oh, Az, I'm terribly sorry. Az, just leave me alone. Thank you for letting me visit, Your Grace. Yeah. It's truly heartbreaking to see. Sidani, Your Grace, goodbye. I truly hate to see it. At least we have some good hope in the way of our investigation. There could be worse situations. At least, you know, Lorsulia is safe. Sidani is well enough. Aurelia is not in a bad way, and Eric isn't having fainting spells again. Better than it could be, by a long shot. By a very long shot. Let's see if we can invite some more allies. Joven. Let's see what he has for us. And as we sit upon the throne, we close out our stream for the day. I think I've more than made all of my declarations and stances clear as we have went throughout, and we are truly boiling upon some very difficult terrains where there is no, per se, right answer, only priorities. And in that way, my anticipations of what we were to come upon have been more and more fulfilled. This game, yes, Your Grace, has far from failed to deliver. And I look forward to the next time once more, with not an ounce of disappointment. Well, let us get to it then. I thank you all for joining us today. If you found it worthwhile, I hope that you consider giving it a like, share, subscribe, making your comments, contributing to the community here on the videos, wherever it may be, or on Discord in our attempt at founding something that cares for these kinds of things, that really strives to embrace the literature, the art, the media as something greater than a simple pastime. If you perhaps found it worthy, you can seek us out on X, Instagram, BitChute, Spotify, or the aforesaid Threefold Edifactory linked on the video on Discord. If you thought it might be worth a little bit more support, something worth pitching a little bit of monies to, we have our one-time donation that you can set up through the link provided to Stream Elements, or if you want something in return for a slightly more recurring venture, and, importantly, access to the workshop files and items such as the up-and-coming game document that we will be reviewing in one of the following streams. Then we have patreon.com starting at $5 a month. You can begin at the proponent tier. You can get your name. Starting at the proponent tier, you can get your name listed at the end of every long-form piece of content like this one, rolling as we close out, or perhaps even in the introduction, depending on what you like. And, importantly, you can participate in polls for the channel direction. Maybe you want to see something change. Maybe you want to see a game or a piece of literature engaged in, reviewed, spoken about. Questions you might want to ask more directly. All available to you at the price of a mere $5, and you can leave at any time. But, without further ado, I hope that you all never miss your opportunities.